The following program features a host who lives on nicotine and caffeine. The content may be as addictive as crack cocaine. If you subscribe now, we will keep giving you your fix. If not, you can keep scrounging around like a mangy dog scouring a post-apocalyptic world while looking over his shoulder for the zombies. Totally your call. Good evening, everybody. Or as some would say, here's Joey. Thank you, Defined Badger, for only enhancing my intro. Much obliged. Member for 4 months. Member of the following for 4 months. You know, that dude's based. Today is such a big day. Such a big day. There's one breaking story after another. I need to just qualify this so you can understand how I'm sort of running on fumes and kind of sort of a little bit dreading the next 12 hours. So I did my show last night and I finished, 2:30, and then I need to wind down because I can't just go to sleep. So that takes me a few hours because it just does. I'm not going through the process. It just does. And I finally get to sleep, but I had to wake up in time to say prayers and join for a Spaces because everybody knew the immunity decision was going to drop today. And I actually was retained to join in on that space today and co-host. Because what happened was he said, "Hey, Joe, can you join me tomorrow morning on the Spaces? I'd like you to co-host." And I said, I'm not sure I'm going to be up. I'm not sure that's going to happen. So he said, "If I compensate you and give you X, will you come?" And I said, yeah. That'll do it. That'll do it. So I got very little sleep. Okay. Then I spent the decision drops, and decision is awesome. Really awesome. Not just because I nailed it. I mean, nailed this decision. Like, nailed it. Completely nailed this decision in my prediction. It was like I stuck the landing. There was a triple Lutz jump in the middle, and they're like, "I thought Lutz was ice skating. How are you doing that in gymnastics?" I stuck it. Stuck it all. Really, really nailed it. Even right before it dropped, I was breaking down the different types of immunity that might come out depending on the nature of the act. It was almost as if if you didn't know better, you would almost think that I had a pre-screening read of it. That's how good my call was. I was very, very pleased with that. I didn't. I would tell you if I did. I don't have that kind of connection. I don't have that kind of connection. I was just able to read the tea leaves. And I was very, very. I had the good fortune to have the proper insight and call. And I'm going to walk you through what that decision says, the primary key parts of it, what many people are missing about this decision, and how it's going to impact every one of the pending and completed Trump trials. We'll talk about that. Then I heard about an Epstein in the middle of this space that was happening there. So I hear about there's an Epstein drop. And I was like not in the mood for Epstein. I'm all like focused. Law. But I do have a certain yen for Epstein stories because I covered the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, went down to court every day. So I feel like a connection here that I know the background in far more detail than most people who are going to cover it, just because I was exposed to all the coverage of it that was unavailable for most of the country. So in that sense, I was like, I see that there's this evidence that was released, all the stuff that was presented to the grand jury, like tons of stuff. There's video of interviews between detectives and victims going back to 2006, different documents, video of his property down in Florida, presumably of the property up here in New York. All sorts of different documents that all led to the ridiculously kind-hearted offer that he got from District Attorney Alex Acosta, where he got sentenced to 18 months, not just in a minimum security prison, but 18 months where he was able to leave the prison during the day, go to his office, go to his house, hang out all day, and just had to check in at night to sleep in this bed and breakfast prison that he was in for 18 months. Astonishing, considering the number of young girls whose lives he ruined, just in self-satisfaction of his own pit of despair that he called his appetite. Anyhow, so to help expose how much the government knew, I think it's an important thing that I'd like to share with you guys and go through with you. I really thought I was going to cover it tonight, and I was like, I don't know how YouTube's going to like that, because some of the stuff there is going to be pretty graphic. That's pretty juicy. That's a pretty juicy blintz to sink my teeth into as a story, as stories go. Sometimes the pickings are slim. And then all of a sudden, I'm seeing this stuff about Judge Glanville and a clip of him saying that he's going to be recusing himself on the motions brought by defense counsel regarding his conduct over the last several weeks of the YSL trial. And then the transcript drops. And I'm like, I don't even know I don't even know where to turn. There's another Supreme Court decision which dropped today also. Forget about that. Don't even think about that. How many hours do I have in the day? I mean, how many hours can I sit here? I know a lot of you are probably thinking, Joe, why don't you just do a longer show tonight? But that's why I started by explaining to you that I got like only a few hours of sleep. And tomorrow morning, my nephew is circumcising his newborn kid like an hour away, which means I got to be there. And like that's the whole ceremony thing starts at 7:30 in the morning. It's very unlikely they're going to postpone it because I ask. That's very unlikely. It's a certainty they will not. They will not. So I need sleep at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do. And then there's this whole thing with Antifa. Have you seen this? You probably haven't seen this. I should probably share this just so you're aware that it's out there, and I'll try to find some place to cover it. I'm probably going to end up covering the Epstein stuff on Locals tomorrow at goodlogic.locals.com. goodlogic.locals.com. Also, I'm going to be doing the legal part first, the Supreme Court decision elements on the law, and breaking all that stuff down, specifically the immunity case first tonight as the first primary story. Not the first story, but the first primary story. The last thing I'm going to do is spend like an hour to an hour and a half probably going through the transcript, which I'd like to do a live read, but I don't have enough people. I've literally put out on X and on Locals. Anyone want to join? Anyone? And I got 2, maybe 3 people for a meeting that involves 7. I'm a lawyer, so that means I'm excused from knowing math. But even I know that 3 ain't 7. That's not 7. That's not the same thing. It's not. It's going to be, well, like helter-skelter craziness. So I don't know if people are going to sign up. You can go over Locals and just check in and say, I'm willing to join. I'd like to join. Hopefully you'll be able to read a part or whatever. And if I see when I get to that story that I have, I don't know, at least 5 people. So far I got 2.5. One person just asked if I still need people, but didn't say that they would do it. I got 2.5 so far. If I can get 5 commitments, I'll do a live read the way we've done the other live reads and have people each take different roles. And I'll take a role or 2, and hopefully we'll do it that way. If not, I'm just going to read through it on my own, because I'm not going to read through it with 2 people. That's going to be confusing. I think it's going to be too confusing that way. So that's the way I plan on doing this. You can go over to goodlawgic.locals.com, find where I put up that post that I'm looking for people to read along, and just check in. But I need you to commit that you're going to be willing to go like at 11:15 when I'm finally getting up to that part of the night. So that's the story there. I don't know if you guys have seen this story. Now, this is kind of crazy, but I just need to call to your attention. Andy No reporting, after 3+ years of investigations, SDD is attorney prosecutors. The San Diego District Attorney prosecutors dismantled an Antifa cell for the first time anywhere in the U.S. All 12 Southern California Antifa members were convicted. At sentencing, the remaining were all sent to prison or jail. And he has a new report, and he says Judge Daniel Goldstein sent all remaining Southern California Antifa convicts to prison or jail. He originally doubted prosecutors could show Antifa organized as a group, but stated after seeing the evidence, quote, I don't have any question that this organization exists. Wow. Take that, Jerry Nadler. I don't know if I have time to go through this story. I got too much to cover. How long is this story? I have a feeling it's a long one. Yeah, it looks like a long one. Yeah, this is too long a story for me to cover tonight. I'll share a link to it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to it. I'm going to share a link to it, and I'll share a link to it later on Locals for the local folk. But I'll even throw this in to the Locals live chat right now. For those of you who are over there doing what local folks do, digging. What they do is they dig. So that's the link right there for you if you're so inclined. All right. Also, got to hit this up. Master Phillips dropping the 5 Good Lawgic memberships. Did I manage to get it? Did I get it? Did I manage to catch it before it just sort of disappeared on me? I have a feeling I didn't. My gut says no. I'm sorry, Master Phillips. Master Phillips, as you should be aware, is the king of recruitment. The king of recruitment for the following. This guy has brought more people into the following than free ice cream. It's true. It's true. He has. This guy has brought more people into the following than Kool-Aid Thursdays. Nope, we don't have Kool-Aid. No Kool-Aid. But he's just been, and if he brought you in, if he gifted you, well, you are now part of the prestigious organization of folks here in our little gathering who are certainly not at all in a cult type of cult. But we all work together for greater personal growth through community, unity, and leadership training. If you were gifted, it's incumbent upon you to express your gratitude to the king of recruitment for gifting you. So I urge you to do that. Please bear in mind, if you're new, Joe is not the leader of the following. But thank you so much, Master Phillips. You're awesome. You see, saying stuff like, I'll help do a lot. No, you have to be somewhere that I can actually like send you a link. Ride the Ferris wheel. Ride the Ferris wheel. Okay. Thank you. Will do. Okay, Bob. Thank you so much. All right. One other thing that I wanted to share with you all. Should I do this? Should I cover? Yeah, I'm not going to cover that now. I'll save that for another time. When I'm in the mood. Let's get into the impeachment. Let's talk about impeachment. Sorry, impeachment. Immunity. My brain sort of froze because I was looking at an article which used the word impeachment. Immunity. Today's decision. We're going to go over the highlights here. And certain highlights that I think too few people are actually focusing on. Trump v. United States, October term 2023, issued and decided July 1st, 2024. Enlarge, in Smolin. Federal grand, let's move you out of the way. Federal grand jury. Highlight. Federal grand jury indicted former President Donald J. Trump on 4 counts. We all know. What's the holding? What's the holding? His question is, he held a motion to dismiss. District Court denied Trump's motion to dismiss, holding the former president does not possess federal criminal immunity for any acts. Stupid. Bad law. You're reversed. You lose. You're fired. That's essentially what the court is about to tell the D.C. Circuit Court. You're fired. What are we holding? Under our constitutional structure. What the hell is this? Dismiss that. Under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power entitles a former president, when we have a rule of law, as you might recall, from when we're in law school, rule of law, we put in yellow. What are we holding? Under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power entitles former president to absolute immunity for criminal prosecution. So, the president gets absolute immunity for criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. This line over here is important. This line, for actions within, they don't want me to do that. Okay. I'm still learning how to use this effectively. Definitely don't want to do that. That is my signature right there. For underline. Can we do it that way? Actions. Oh, why do you have to do that? All right, we're going to freestyle draw. For actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. What does that mean? And he's also entitled, here's the second thing he's entitled to. He's entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. Official acts. But there's no immunity. When is there no immunity? There's no immunity for unofficial acts. So we have now, in one paragraph, the court makes 3 different groups of acts, 3 different categories for acts that a president may engage in. Everything a president does can be lumped into one of 3 acts. And depending on how we categorize it, that will determine the level of immunity that he has. So, if he does an act that we will qualify as being something that is within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority, that is going to give him absolute immunity, unshakable, bedrock immunity. Leave him the F alone. Don't even talk about it. If he is engaging in acts that are unofficial acts, then he is just like anybody else, can be criminally prosecuted for the unofficial acts. No protection whatsoever by dint of being the leader of the free world for unofficial acts. Then we have this middle category. This middle category is things that we say for that are official acts that are not within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. So they are official acts, but they're not his exclusive domain. And we're going to get into what that is. They walk through what his domain is. So if it's his exclusive, conclusive, and preclusive, preclusive meaning no one else has any jurisdiction here. This is his zone. And we're going to see how the court's going to parse out that this is different. This is different from official acts that other agencies, other entities may have some control there. So his immunity is less sacrosanct. All right, they go through the whole history. Determining whether and under what circumstances such a prosecution may proceed requires careful assessment of the scope. We need to know the scope of presidential power under the Constitution. This has to be wider because this looks too weak. The nature of that power requires a former president have some immunity. He has to have some immunity. We know this. That's too wide. Don't undo that. He has to have some immunity. That wasn't pretty, but we're in the right thickness. From criminal prosecution for official acts during his tenure in office, at least with respect to the president's exercise of his core constitutional powers. This immunity must be absolute. When we're talking about what his main thing is, he has to leave him alone. You're never going to get him on anything there. As for his remaining official actions, he's entitled to at least presumptive immunity. Article 2 of the Constitution vests executive power in a president of the United States of America. The president has duties of unrivaled gravity and breadth. This is them explaining why they're giving him the immunity, why they're recognizing that Congress gave him that immunity. His authority to act necessarily stems either from an act of Congress or from the Constitution itself. So that's why so either Congress gave him this power or the Constitution gave it to him. In the latter case, the president's authority is sometimes conclusive and preclusive. I want this a little bit thicker. Can I do a drop? Like 3 point? It is conclusive and preclusive. So if it stems from the Constitution itself, his authority is conclusive and preclusive. When the president exercises such authority, Congress cannot act on and courts cannot examine the president's actions. So that's where they're using the word preclusive. It's precluding everyone else. It's precluding Congress. Congress doesn't have the authority to do what he's doing. When he's taking actions that he alone has authority to do. That is what how I understand this to be saying it's preclusive. And accordingly, that's where he's going to have that absolute bedrock immunity, leave him alone. It follows that an act of Congress, either a specific one targeted at the president or a generally applicable one, may not criminalize the president's action within his exclusive constitutional power. So if this is what we're demanding he does, we are never going to prosecute him for what he does there. Neither may the courts adjudicate a criminal prosecution that examines such presidential actions. So you can't even talk about these actions, anything he does in any criminal prosecution. It cannot be used by the prosecution. Anything that he does there, you got to leave it alone. It can't be part of anything. The court thus concludes that the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution for conduct within his exclusive sphere of constitutional authority. So anything that's there, leave him alone. Not all the president's official acts fall within his conclusive and preclusive authority. The reasons that justify the president's absolute immunity for criminal prosecution for acts within the scope of exclusive constitutional authority do not extend to conduct in areas where his authority is shared with Congress. So if he and Congress both play a role, in that case, we're going to say you don't have absolute immunity there. You only have presumptive immunity. We'll talk about what that means too. To determine the president's immunity in this context, the court looks primarily to the framers' design of the presidency within the separation of powers precedent on presidential immunity in the civil context, and criminal cases where president resisted prosecutorial demands for documents. So what do they do? Because we're not going to go through this entire case. What do they do when they're breaking down these different categories? They're saying, you know how we came to our conclusion over here? We're not just like all of a sudden randomly coming up with this. We are looking at some historical precedents, and we're looking at what Congress, what the objectives that were written when the Constitution was being drafted. We also look at some context of other cases that related to insulation that is afforded to the president and the purpose and objective behind that. So, for example, when they're going to end up looking at the right to go after him civilly, Nixon v. Fitzgerald is a case that they're going to look at. Nixon v. Fitzgerald. So this guy Fitzgerald was upset because he said, you know, you passed this order, and as a result of, I don't know if it was an order or a statute that they signed. As a result of that, I wrongfully lost my job, and I want to sue you, President Nixon, personally. The court said in that case, you can't go after him personally on a civil suit. You got there's no basis that you can ever do that. He's immune from that. And they said, if he's going to be immune from that, if there's immunity that's going to extend to that for civil, certainly it's going to extend criminally. So they sort of felt as if there's already a basis that previous Supreme Courts have recognized an immunity. Because if he's going to be immune from civil, obviously you're not going to throw him in jail. You're saying you're not allowed his pocketbook, but you're allowed to throw him in prison. That doesn't make any sense. On the other hand, what the court is going to do is they're going to look at various ways that the president's immunity has been pierced. Where do we see it gets pierced? Well, sometimes you can issue subpoenas. There were subpoenas that were issued to Nixon that he tried saying, I don't have to answer this. And the Supreme Court says, hell yeah, you do. And that's what led to his resignation. And the logic that the court's going to employ in coming to that conclusion is that the court is going to say, look, the reason you have to share these documents when it's being demanded properly by a proper authority like Congress or, I guess, the DOJ or some other agency that might have purview is because that helps keep checks and balances that people can know what you're doing. And there need to be checks and balances, and there needs to be reporting for various political reasons, and so that people can know whether or not you're doing an effective job. So you can't just live in some vacuum where all of your records are secret. So, and it's not going to inhibit your ability to do your job properly if someone is able to look at your records. So there's full disclosure with Congress and or the public about how you're carrying out your duties. And that's why you don't have immunity from that. Framers designed the presidency to provide for a vigorous and energetic executive. Now, this phrase, vigorous and energetic executive, is what they're basically going to say is this is why we have to give him the immunity. Because if he doesn't have immunity, if we don't give him that, as I mentioned, they have to appreciate the unique risks that arise when the president's energies are diverted by proceedings that might render him unduly cautious in the discharge of his official duties. And this is why it makes sense when he's engaging in official duties to give him immunity, because that's where we want him to shine without having to worry about what kind of repercussion he might face from a criminal charge. So that's why there's a great deal of logic in saying when he's engaging in official duty, he has to be free from we don't want him to have, look, don't you silly thing. Don't worry about criminal prosecution. You're engaging in your official act. The court has recognized presidential immunities and privileges rooted in the constitutional tradition of the separation of powers and supported by our history. Referencing Fitzgerald. For instance, the court concluded that former presidents had to absolute immunity from damages liability for acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. Ooh, what's the outer perimeter? The court's dominant concern was to avoid diversion of the president's attention. We need him focused. We don't need him sitting there worrying. Don't worry your pretty little head. when you're making decisions. By contrast, when prosecutors have sought evidence from the president, and this is where they were talking about, the court has consistently rejected presidential claims of absolute immunity. They talk about the treason trial. Former Vice President Aaron Burr, Chief Justice Marshall rejected Thomas Jefferson's claim that the president cannot be subject to a subpoena. It's led to Marbury v. Madison. Marshall simultaneously recognized, however, the existence of a privilege to withhold certain official papers in U.S. v. Burr. And when a subpoena issues, and they go through the whole issue with respect to the privilege about papers. But recognizing public interest in candid, objective, and even blunt or harsh opinions in presidential decision-making, it held that a presumptive privilege protects presidential communications. Because the privilege relates to the effective discharge of a president's powers, and they said it's fundamental to the operation of government and inextricably rooted in the separation of powers. Now, criminally prosecuting a president for official conduct is obviously going to be far worse. It doesn't take any kind of great Sherlock to realize that's going to be worse than civil. And it's going to be worse than the threat of intrusion on authority functions, or than simply seeking evidence that's in his possession. That's obviously much worse. The danger is greater than what led the court to recognize absolute presidential immunity from civil damages. Because we were worried that if you're gonna hit him with civil damages, in that case, he's gonna be chilled from taking the bold and unhesitating action required of an independent executive. I don't like the way this ink is flowing here. I feel like I'm crossing out too much. It's hard to see. We're gonna go back to the highlight. Although the president might be exposed to fewer criminal prosecutions than civil damages suits, the threat of a trial, judgment, and imprisonment is far greater deterrent and plainly more likely to distort presidential decision-making than the potential payment of civil damages. This is all common sense. Taking into account these competing considerations, the court concludes that separation of powers principles explicated in the court's precedent necessitate at least a presumptive immunity from criminal prosecution for a president's acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. When we're looking at all these things, whenever he's engaging in anything that is within his official responsibility, not a core principle identified in the Constitution, but within the outer boundaries, we can see that there's already recognition from prior cases like McDonald v. U.S. or Nixon v. Fitzgerald that there is some sort of presumption of immunity there. Such an immunity is required to safeguard the independence and effective functioning of the executive branch so the president can do what the president needs to do without being handcuffed. At a bare minimum, the president must be immune from prosecution for an official act unless the government can show that applying a criminal prohibition to the act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. This is a key sentence here that they kind of hide, because this is telling you where the presumption gets lost. So he's immune unless this happens. Unless what happens? Where does the immunity get lost? It's only if the government can show that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority or functions of the executive branch. What the hell does that mean? So we start with presumption. He's immune. Just go away. Unless, if it's not a core act, it's another official act, but not a core act. Unless Jack Smith can convince the court that for these unofficial acts, if the court is going to make a criminal prohibition, that's not going to have any impact. That's not going to have any danger of intruding on the authority and function of the executive branch. What the hell does that even friggin' mean? Imagine you're the judge, okay? You're the judge. And Supreme Court, you're Judge Chutkin. Put yourself in Judge Chutkin. No, I don't want to use Judge Chutkin because Judge Chutkin's going to be like, yeah, no immunity here, no immunity there. That's what we know. We know Judge Chutkin's going to be like, that's not a core act, and I don't think it's going to have any impact. The government can show the government can pierce through that immunity if they can show that when Judge Chutkin attaches a criminal prohibition for this act of, let's say, calling Raffensperger, okay? Because that's definitely not, you can see how that sounds like that's an official act, but it's not part of the core Constitution. The Constitution says this is your job, President. You alone can do this, right? So we can see how this certainly feels like no one. If you're not the president, you're not getting on the phone with Raffensperger. He's not going to entertain you for an hour. He's entertaining you for an hour and having a discussion with you about this topic. It's not like it's about a federal election and ensuring the integrity of the election. So you can see how this would fall into. It's not an unofficial act. It's an official act, but it's not part of his core. So now this is a scenario where I think we can safely say we would categorize that phone call as within the outer perimeter of the official acts of a president. What did the court just tell us happens there? Presumption of immunity that can be rebutted. Okay, so how would we rebut it? We rebut it because the government. How's Jack Smith successfully, or Fannie Willis, because this is going to relate in the Georgia RICO case also. How does Fannie Willis successfully rebut this? So they have to establish that if you, Your Honor, will apply a criminal prohibition to the nature of what he said to Raffensperger on that phone, that is not going to have any danger of intruding on the authority and functions of the executive branch. What the hell? How's Chutkin supposed to know that? How's McAfee supposed to know this? They know everything about what the executive branch does, that they could sit here making a determination as to whether or not that factoid, as far as what possible ramifications this could have. You need to have an evidentiary hearing on every friggin' allegation that falls into this class. This is what's so insane. It's very unwieldy. It makes it impossible. And I guess if you're reading this properly, you have to start the presumption he's immune unless you can show me that it's not going. The government has the burden of proof, but government has to show me that this is not going to have any danger of intrusion on the authority and function of the executive branch. That if we pass judgment on this phone call with Raffensperger, you need to show me, prosecutor, that that's not going to have any impact on the executive branch. That's the only way to read this. But it's not just that factor. There's like 300 allegations, and probably a good third of them fall into this category. What about working on the alternate slave electors? Is that part of his official acts? Is that an unofficial act? I don't know what you classify that is. And if it's an unofficial act, then there's no immunity. If it's an official act in the outer perimeter, then that would be something that plays into the whole presumption of immunity. And then we got to see, well, if we chill him from having this, is that going to have any impact on the executive branch? That one I would say probably no. The phone call I would say probably would chill. The alternate slave electors I would say probably no. Maybe this is workable. I don't know. I can sort of get like a gut reaction to this. I don't think any two judges are going to come to the same conclusion on all these different acts in one allegation. That's part of the problem here, is you sort of want predictability in how the law is going to be applied. It's like when it really, I don't know. And I probably could be convinced to flip-flop on either of those arguments if I sat through a 3-day evidentiary hearing and people were talking to me about the way the executive branch, what the president does, which, do you know what the president actually does when it's a regular Tuesday? I'm not talking about Biden, because on a regular Tuesday, Biden, spends from like noon till 7 p.m. watching Wheel of Fortune. But a regular president, what they do on a Tuesday afternoon, I have no idea. Anyway, so here's where we get to our first thing. But it's an important thing to understand when they say presumption of immunity. Okay, now we have a little bit of an idea as to where that presumption could be rebutted by the government and what steps they have to do. That the yardstick that they have to get to is that they have to show that applying criminal prohibitions to the act would pose no danger of intrusion on the authority of functions of the executive branch. As for the president's unofficial acts, there's no immunity. So go after him. So that's why they say the first step in deciding whether a former president is entitled to immunity from particular prosecutions is to distinguish official from unofficial actions. In this case, no court thus far has drawn that distinction. Now I'm going to pause here. So basically saying, look at this. I mean, this is actually, they're talking factually what happened here. We'll go to green. So they say, in this case, no court has thus far drawn that distinction in general with respect to the conduct alleged in particular. It's therefore incumbent upon the court to be mindful that it is a court of final review and not first review, and this is why we're punting. So we're not going to tell you what it is. Critical threshold issues in this case are how to differentiate between a president's official and unofficial actions and how to do so with respect to the indictment's extensive and detailed allegations covering a broad range of conduct. The court offers guidance on those issues. So we're going to give you a general outline, because now we're telling you, Judge Chutkin, now we're telling you, Judge McAfee, now we're telling you, I guess, potentially Judge Cannon, and some would say Judge Merchant, because there's a motion that's pending now, which we're going to come to very soon, that it's your duty to go through all the different allegations and see, is there immunity or not? When the president acts pursuant to constitutional and statutory authority, he takes action to perform the functions of the office. So that's the core stuff. Determining whether an action is covered by immunity thus begins with assessing the president's authority to take that action. Okay. The breadth of the president's discretionary responsibilities on the Constitution. So discretionary, in case you're not familiar with that term, means you can do it. You can do it. You don't have to do it. You can stick your nose in there, but it's not something that you're obligated by your oath to uphold to protect and defend the Constitution. Wait, which one does the president make? Because he makes a different one. That's what we went through with 14A. I don't remember. But when he makes an oath with respect to the Constitution, he's promising he's gonna fulfill his duties. So what duties is he promising to fulfill? Those that are listed in the Constitution. But there are other areas that he's not obligated to stick his nose into, but he can. It's discretionary. And it makes it difficult to determine which of his innumerable functions encompasses a particular action. He does a lot of stuff. The president's doing a lot of stuff. It's hard to know which one is going to classify as. The immunity the court has recognized therefore extends to the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities covering actions so long as they are not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. This is also an important line. Because when we're trying to decide, is something an official act or is it an unofficial act? We're going to basically throw it in as being an official act so long as they're not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. Now, what the hell are you possibly doing here? It's a good yardstick for the president. It gives him a really broad path. Let me jump to a couple of super chats here because some of y'all want my attention. Oh, I gotcha. You're the only Jew I like, but to be honest, I only knew one other Jew, and he bullied me in high school, so I may be biased. It's funny you say that, Jamie. It's funny you say that. Because, like, I remember saying it's like, no one's ever said, oh my God, here come a bunch of Jews, let's cross the street. But I guess you did. Oh my God, we better cross the street, watch out. Some dangerous Jews coming. I guess that's a pretty easy yardstick. What about lawyer? What about maybe I can be the only lawyer you like? Resisted prosecutorial demand for documents. Does this mean that Mar-a-Lago documents case isn't covered by immunity? We'll get there. We're almost there. We're gonna get there. We're going there. Oh, we're going there. Read Thomas Part. He spanks Garland and Smith. Oh, trust me. We are definitely going there. That relates to this. You'll see. You'll see. I'm going there. Kennedy and Clinton had personal fun. Yeah, well. Outstanding job. Shlomi Homie. Hebrew Bonics. Nice. Thank you for gifting membership, Cat Randall. It's way too late for me to actually find it, but you're awesome. I'm gonna give you a little horn there for that. Flag drop NJ says you have gotten to it yet harder than you think. Evidence of president and his advisors, which a lot of people can't be used against him. Prove it without privileged communications. It's going to be hard. The woke Democrats don't care what's legal, moral, constitutional. They have ultimate truth. Some of that stuff matters. Cults are like that. Freaking cults. Did Biden unofficially ask Fanning to prosecute Trump? I see what you did there. I see what you did. I saw what you did. About dangerous Jays, thoughts on Orthodox draft. I've covered that already. If you miss it, if you miss 10 minutes of this whole thing, I can't. Tonight's not the night for that. It's just not the night for that. Let me peek over in Rumble, make sure that we're good there. I missed locals last night also, so I'm going to do a quick peek. All right, I'm good in Rumble. And I'm good in locals. We're good in both. Howdy, diggers. All right. In dividing official from unofficial acts, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. So no mind reading. You can't do that, which means you can't sit there saying the reason why Trump called is because he wanted to win the election. That's why he called Raffensperger. Such a highly intrusive inquiry would risk exposing even the most obvious instances of official conduct to judicial examination on the mere allegation of improper purpose. So, yeah, that phone call, don't tell me it was personal. It's not personal. Nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. Otherwise, presidents would be subject to trial on every allegation that an action was unlawful. This one's interesting. Otherwise, presidents are trying an action was unlawful. Unlawful. The reason this word unlawful is so key is because that's what he was convicted of in New York 34 times. Every allegation and action was unlawful. Unlawful. Deprive immunity of his intended effect. There wouldn't be any immunity if as soon as he's breaking the law, then there's no immunity at all. They know where the left's going to go. So that's how we're basically going to try, and these are the guidelines you have for dividing official from unofficial acts. With the above principles in mind, the court turns to the conduct alleged in the indictment, certain allegations, such as those involving Trump's discussions with the acting attorney general. So there's conversations. This is a really interesting distinction that they make here. So this is where they're applying the law to the facts. Okay? So applying the law to the facts. I'm going to use blue for that. So, something that his discussions when he's talking to the AG, that is definitely part. We have to categorize and land the nature's president's official relationship to the office held by an individual. Which means, well, why is he talking? Let me do that. Why is he talking to the AG? It's part of his function as far as overseeing executive branch. So that must be an official action, and that's part of his core duties. And that is something he's going to have absolute immunity for anything he talked about with Barr. You can't mention it. You can't use it as part of your evidence. So you shouldn't even be allowed to inquire about it because he has absolute immunity there. However, and this is where things start becoming really a little bit wonky if you're not very familiar with how the Constitution lays out functions of the president. Other allegations, such as those involving Trump's interactions with Vice President Pence or with Raffensperger and certain state officials and certain private parties and his comments to the general public present more difficult questions. That's not so simple there. The indictment alleges that as part of the conspiracy to overturn legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election, Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to leverage the Justice Department's power. Right? That's what they said. Remember? And the allegations like, he tried getting the Justice Department to go after all those people, and he was a terrible person. An authority to convince certain states to replace their legitimate electors with Trump's fraudulent slates of electors. According to the indictment, Trump met with the acting attorney general and other senior Justice Department and White House officials to discuss investigating purported election fraud and sending a letter from the Department of these states regarding such fraud. The indictment further alleges that after the AG resisted Trump's request, Trump repeatedly threatened to replace him. He was so mad he said he's going to fire Barr because he was such a crazy tyrant. Government does not dispute that the indictment's allegations regarding the Justice Department involve Trump's use of official power. They recognize he's wrong. They think he's wrongly using his power. The allegations, in fact, plainly implicate Trump's conclusive and preclusive authority. Oh, no. Oh, no. So all that stuff, boom. Leave him alone. Absolute immunity. Executive branch has exclusive authority, absolute discretion to decide which crimes to investigate and prosecute, including with respect to allegations of election crime. So, yeah, that's his exclusive purview. Congress has no say there. The courts have no say there. That's his exclusive purview. You can't hold him accountable. Absolute immunity. And the president's management of the executive branch requires him to have unrestricted power to remove the most important of his subordinates, such as the AG, in the most important duties. Even if you don't like the reasons he's firing him, you cannot question that, and you can't go into his motive and start doing your whole mind reading. Oh, he's doing it because he's trying to steal the election. He's trying to steal the election. We don't care. You can't start examining his motives. That's his terrain. Indictment allegations in the requested investigations were shams or proposed for improper purpose do not divest the president of exclusive authority over the investigative and prosecutorial functions of the Justice Department and its officials. Just because you don't like how he's doing it, you know what you do? Win elections properly. Because the president cannot be prosecuted for conduct within his exclusive constitutional authority, Trump is absolutely immune from prosecution for the alleged conduct involving his discussions with Justice Department officials. And you can suck it on that. You can't get him for that. Okay, what about the other allegations? The indictment next alleges Trump and his co-conspirators intended to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role. Quote, this is a quote from them, because they're not calling it a ceremonial role. The allegations call it a ceremonial role. I would argue it's not a ceremonial role. Trump was arguing it's not a ceremonial role. there was a conclusory allegation by Jack Smith in his indictment that the role of the vice president is ceremonial. So, but the allegations claim, if we look at those allegations, they claim that he uses ceremonial role at the J6 certification proceeding to fraudulently alter the election results. That's what they claimed. In particular, the indictment alleges several conversations in which Trump pressured, this is part of the facts, that he pressured the vice president to reject the state's legitimate electoral votes or send them back. So now let's apply that. That's what they're saying factually happened. Let's apply that now. Whenever the president and vice president discuss their official responsibilities, they engage in official conduct. When they talk about their official duties, they're not having a barbecue. They're not sitting here saying, hey, is Sally free? Does she think she want to come out to the Cape for a weekend? Is Mike going to be available? No, that's not what it is. So they're talking about their official duties. That's engaging in official conduct. Presiding over the January 6th certification proceeding in which members of Congress count electoral votes is a constitutional and statutory duty of the vice president. The indictment's allegations that Trump attempted to pressure Pence to take particular acts in connection with his role at the certification proceeding thus involve official conduct. And Trump is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. That's where, so see how it's different from his conversations with Barr? For these, we're going to say there's a presumption. The question then becomes whether that presumption of immunity is rebutted. Maybe you can pierce it. Maybe you can say those conversations with Pence were that he's not immune because the government can rebut it. So that how are we going to decide that? Well, it's up to the government. It's their burden to rebut that. And how are they going to rebut it? Well, they walked you through what they have to rebut it. The way they have to rebut it, as explained here, when we're talking about this rebuttal, this rebutting a thing, they had to show that applying a criminal prohibition to the act would pose, the act of him pressuring vice president would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. If they can't show that, then it's immune. I think you need to have an evidentiary hearing on it, right? If I was sitting as a judge, I would have grave concerns that the president is going to have to sit there thinking, is this something in my executive function? My Cultus, thoughts on the clown world nonsense from Sotomayor et al. Regarding using SEAL Team 6 to murder political opponents, LOL. Okay, so I'm going to come back to this. I think it's a good question. I think it's an important question. It's important to address this question. Because the objective should be to set yardsticks that work. That will work 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now. No matter who it's being applied to. And trying to deal with, likely scenarios as best possible. I did think it was a crazy hypothetical. I think it was pretty stupid. But we'll come back to that. Big news out of Georgia State on Young Thug trial. Judge is asking another judge to review his order for recusal and release the secret meeting transcript unredacted. The drama has been fun. We're covering all of that. I'm all of that. I'm all over that. All over that. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Don't worry. All right. So the court, that got remanded to see if the government can rebut the presumption of immunity. Indictment's remaining allegations involves Trump's interaction with persons outside the executive branch. Like who? Well, we got state officials, private parties, general public. In particular, indictment alleged Trump as co-conspirators attempted to convince certain state officials the election fraud had tainted the popular vote. and thus electoral votes for Trump's opponent need to be changed to electoral votes for Trump. After Trump failed to convince those officials to alter their state processes, he and his co-conspirators allegedly developed the whole fraudulent slate of elector plan. What does Trump say? He says the alleged conduct qualifies as an official act because it was undertaken to ensure the integrity and proper administration of federal election. Government says, what the hell are you talking about? There's no source for authority enabling the president to undertake those actions. Determining whose characterization may be correct and with respect to which conduct requires a fact-specific analysis of the indictment's extensive and interrelated allegations. The court accordingly remands the district court to determine in the first instance whether Trump's conduct in this area qualifies as official or unofficial. This is what you got to do. Figure it out. Figure it out. Figure out, is it official or unofficial? That's what you got to do, Judge Tutkin. The indictment also contains various allegations regarding Trump's conduct in connection with the events of January 6th itself. The alleged conduct largely consists of his communications in the form of tweets and public address. Remember all that talk about, like, he sent all those mean tweets? Various allegations regarding his tweets of January 6th itself. Alleged conduct largely consists of Trump's communications. Oh, we got this. President possesses extraordinary power to speak to his fellow citizens and on their behalf. So most of a president's public communications are likely to fall comfortably within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities. I miss this. Oh my God. This is amazing for Trump. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. I missed this all day. I didn't notice this. Oh my God, that's mind-blowing. Yes, when Trump sends out from the Oval Throne, the Oval Porcelain Throne, at 12:30 in the morning, some tweet, Rosie O'Donnell is a fat pig, too gross, shouldn't be on TV. That is part of his official duties as President of the United States. Oh my God. Potentially. Rebut. You have, look, and it's up to the government to rebut a presumption. There's a presumption that he's immune. A presumption of immunity. You might rebut it. I don't know. Maybe you can rebut it. I don't know how you're going to find a way through it. If you're going to try and say that he's not allowed to tweet that, and you don't realize how that's going to hamstring the president of the United States, you got to be a pretty twisted judge to come to that conclusion. Oh my God. I think this is the funniest thing in the world. I can't believe I missed this all day. This is like the best part of it. Page 6 and 7. Oh my God. I was so busy all day. I missed this line. Most of a president's public communications are likely to fall comfortably, not just like on the outer edge. It's comfortably within the outer perimeter. It's like, have you seen his Truth Social? Have you seen his Truth Social? It's like a block of all caps. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is amazing. Every time I look at this, there's another amazing little nugget I find in this thing. This is so great. I have to remember page 6 to 7. There may, however, be context in which this president speaks in an unofficial capacity, perhaps as a candidate for office or party leader. To the extent that may be the case, objective analysis of content, form, and context will necessarily inform the inquiry. Whether the communications alleged in the indictment involve official conduct may depend on the content and context of each. So when he says there's going to be a rally January 6th, This makes it sound as if his speech at the ellipse protected. Probably. Go peacefully protest. That's protected. Yeah, there you go. This necessarily fact-bound analysis is best performed initially by the district courts. The court, therefore, remands the district courts This is just amazing. This should be in blue, though. Let's be consistent. This is amazing. Most of the president's public communications are likely to fall country within the outer. Wow. That's great. That is so good. Kelly, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that. Joe, pay me. Okay. So consulting with VP is an official act, presumptively immune. It's in the outer perimeter, yeah. If there's a criminal act for communicating with the VP about constitutional matters that would keep president from the official act, immune. If there's a criminal act for consulting with the VP about constitutional matters that would keep president from the official act. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that should, when we say presumptively immune in that context, it should be like really difficult for you to convince a judge that it's not going to be a problem to breach the immunity there. Oh my God, this is so good. Is this going to have an impact on gag orders on January 20th? Courts can't restrict his speech, but he has to be president. Good to be in the MAGA cult. Oh, it's amazing to be in the MAGA cult. I don't know how this is going to play on the gag orders because it's not really addressing that directly. So we don't know. It's good. It's a good question. It's a fair question. We don't know. President did his official duty while making an official. I guess. Quick poll. Never seen this before. 2. Finally. What? 1. Never seen this before. 2. Finally. We could do better. I think we could do better. I want to get a little bit further here. I'm almost done with the intro. We're only at the intro. I don't think I'm going to go any deeper than the intro on the majority because I'm breaking down sentence by sentence to give you enough understanding as to what the hell is going on here. There may, however, be context which he speaks in unofficial capacity. Right, presidents cannot be indicted based on conduct for which they are immune from prosecution. So if they're immune, you can't even indict them. On remand, the district court must carefully analyze the indictment's remaining allegations to determine whether they too involve conduct for which the president must be immune from prosecution. And the parties in the district court must ensure that sufficient allegations support the indictment charges without such conduct. So carve it out. This is exactly what I said they were going to tell Chuck to do. This is what you have to carve out, and they're actually carving out a lot more than they anticipated they would. And now see if you have any standing charges. Testimony of private records of the president or his advisors probing such conduct may not be admitted as evidence at trial. Wow. Testimony or private records of president or of his advisors probing such conduct that's immune may not be admitted as evidence at trial. So that's out completely. Trump asserts a far broader immunity than the limited one the court recognizes. It's not that limited. It's not that limited. Containing the indictment must be dismissed because the impeachment judicial judgment clause requires impeachment Senate conviction precede a president's criminal prosecution. But the text of the clause does not address whether and on what conduct the president may be prosecuted if he was never impeached and convicted. Historical evidence likewise lends little support to Trump's position. So he's not getting the broad impeachment. We're not going to say you're unimpeached. Unless you're impeached, you can't be charged. The Federalist Papers on which Trump relies concern those checks available against the sitting president. Okay. They did not endorse or even consider whether the impeachment judgment clause immunizes a former president. So that's how they're parsing that out. Transforming So they say when you're looking at the impeachment clause and you say that he can be prosecuted, then he can be prosecuted, that refers to a sitting president. Okay. Transforming the political process of impeachment is a necessary step of the enforcement of criminal law finds little support in the text of the Constitution. Fine. Government takes a similarly broad view, contending the president gets no immunity. Well, you lose. On its view, as applied challenges in the course of the trial suffice to protect Article 2 interests, and go F yourself. We don't care about you. This case poses a question of lasting significance. When may a former president be prosecuted for official acts? In answering this question, unlike the political branches in the public at large, court cannot afford to fixate exclusively or even primarily on present exigencies. Don't start getting all, this is their way of saying, don't shoot the messenger. We're not trying to save Trump's butt. We need to set a rule going forward for the future. And it happens to be, this is the rule, it's healthy and has foundation. So that's where we're going, and stop complaining that it happens to be helping Trump. But to just wrap it up, President enduring separation of powers principles guide our decision in this case. This is their way of saying, see, we're just doing our job. I'm just doing my job. Leave me alone. President enjoys no immunity. Notice how they waited until after the debate. That's what I said. They were going to give him immunity. They didn't want him to use it during the course of the debate. The president enjoys no immunity for his unofficial acts. Not everything the president does is official, but under our system of powers, you can't be prosecuted for executing his core constitutional powers. Leave him the hell alone, you jackass, Jack Smith. That's essentially what they say. Okay. Wow. So, what does this mean? We are going to get to Judge Clarence Thomas and what he says. First, now, based on this, how does this affect the ongoing litigations, the pending criminal actions? So we'll start with the DC case because that's what this comes up in the context of. So Judge Chutkan now has to go through the entire set of allegations and start going allegation by allegation, official, unofficial, official, unofficial. If it's official, is it core principle? Or is it not core? Is it in the outer perimeter? If it's outer perimeter, now we have this presumption of immunity. Now she has to start with assuming that it's Jack Smith has to go item by item and say, this rebuts it, this rebuts it, this rebuts it, this rebuts it. It's a lengthy process. It's untenable to believe that they're going to get anywhere with this case in the next 6 months. It's a lot of friggin' work. It's a lot of work. Now, what that means for this DC case is this. If Trump wins, you cannot prosecute against a sitting president. Cannot do it. Cannot prosecute against the sitting president. So if he wins the election, everything that's pending against him goes on hold. In fact, one of the things that came up here, just so you know, I'm not making that up. It was on page 12. I'm looking really quickly through this thing. So I remember it was in a footnote 2. Footnote 2. There it is. In a criminal context, the Justice Department has long recognized separation of powers precludes criminal prosecution of a sitting president. So, if he wins the election, he cannot be prosecuted until 2029. Good luck with that. Also, we can anticipate he's likely going to pardon himself. Almost definitely going to happen. So the first question that will be asked is, can a president pardon himself? Does he have the authority to pardon himself? And that will be a question for the court to decide sometime in 2029, 2030, if he wins the election. This is first and foremost for the Washington case. If he wins the election, that case is done, in my estimation. I would say the other case is done also. I mean, frankly, with respect, the other issue that happens there. Well, before I wrap up I'll come back to the other issue, the Clarence Thomas issue. So with respect to this decision, it's going to take them many months to figure out what indictment, if any, is left. Now, I will grant you that Judge Chutkan and the D.C. Circuit Court seem as inclined as imaginable to try to find any way to hold Donald Trump accountable for, I don't know, for any hole in the ozone that is real or imagined, or holes in their hearts, or holes in their leather upholsteries. But he's definitely the one to blame, and they're going to hold him accountable. That seems rather evident if they're given the chance. Pragmatically, it takes too long for this stuff to work through the process. It takes too long. So I cannot foresee that this thing is going to get to trial, certainly not before November, 4 months away. It's not happening. Similarly, all these other cases are dealing with similar election deadline issues looming over them. RICO case, which has been put on hold. We don't know if Fannie is going to lose that case and have it stripped away from her or not by the Georgia Supreme Court. But these issues, assuming that she does get the case back, or anyone from Georgia wants to continue prosecuting this case, they're going to have to go through the indictment and apply the Supreme Court's ruling on presidential immunity step by step by step by step to every allegation in there. And I think that by the time they're done with most of it, there's going to be very little left to those RICO charges. Very, very little left. This Judge McAfee doesn't seem quite as inclined as the judiciary situated in D.C. is to try and find against Donald Trump every way imaginable. So I don't see this Georgia case going anywhere, even if Fannie can withstand the scrutiny of the Georgia Supreme Court, which I suspect she's going to really struggle to overcome. So the Washington, D.C. case is put on hold. It will go forward if he loses the election. It will go forward. If he loses the election, we can foresee a year and a half from now that he's probably going to face trial in D.C. if he loses this. I would estimate probably sometime like a year from now, he would face trial in D.C. Maybe a year and a quarter, depends how much. She's not going to have much patience on it. That's what we can foresee likely happening. Similarly, with respect to Georgia, there are similar issues. Let's talk a little bit about the Florida case and Judge Merchan. We'll start with Judge Merchan. Judge Merchan, obviously 34 convictions. Some people are saying there's two ways to look at this. Because you can look at it and say they had to go through his acts and see whether they're official acts. Okay. Do they need a new trial now? Assuming it doesn't get turned over, which I think it likely will get turned over because there's so many legal flaws. But does this case require it get turned over? Maybe. Possibly. At first, I thought it was pretty thin. My initial thought on this is it's a pretty thin claim. It's a pretty thin claim because Most of the actions that were discussed at trial happened before he was president. Most of the steps that were taken happened before he was president. The only stuff that happened after he was elected was the stuff with him and Mike Cohen, right? And the payments and the charges. Are those official acts? It's hard to imagine those are going to get classified as official acts rather than unofficial acts. And if those are, because what does that do with being president? It's hard to imagine that that's going to be considered anything but unofficial acts, in which case he wouldn't have immunity. On the other hand, maybe there's a duty to parse it out beforehand before you have a trial, because for all you know, there's different references that were made during the course of the trial to things that he said or did as president, which affected the jury, the very impartial jury, the jury's perspective about the case, and perhaps that would invalidate their findings. I'll tell you that I think that's a fair argument to make. It does not feel like the argument that New York is going to embrace. So I'm basically looking at this as maybe I cannot foresee New York saying, yeah, for Donald Trump, we're going to give the benefit of the doubt here and worry that he was harmed, that his privilege was not properly respected during the trial. I just can't imagine them doing that. I struggle to imagine that. There are a lot stronger bases for him to win and overturn the conviction. I think he will see those convictions overturned in due course, long after the election, but they eventually will be overturned because they're so poorly on these shifting waterbed of like terrible foundation of law, which is just, it leaves any legal scholar apoplectic as to some of the judicial rulings that Judge Merchan made. That terrible, just mind-boggling. Like, what the hell are you thinking? Yeah, is that a joke? Not mandating that the jury come to unanimity on the mens rea as to what crime he had. Hello. They don't even know if they agree as that he had criminal intent on this act or that act or another act. And you now have 34 convictions, and they don't even know if each other agrees. They don't know if any of them agree with each other. For all we know, they're each thinking of 12 different crimes that he committed because you left it so hodgepodge. Just pick any crime that he did, and that'll be sufficient. You don't have to agree about what the crime is. How do you? I mean, it's just mind-boggling how little regard Judge Merchan seemed to display for basic precepts of constitutional law. So, with that being said, those are far more egregious problems with the conviction than maybe his privilege, his immunity privilege was not properly respected during the course of the trial. You see what I'm saying? It's almost like if you look at the it's like, if we look at this as some victim who was walking home and hit by some crazy drunk driver and gets splattered across the road, and half their organs hanging out, and it's like then someone walks by and snags on their coat and rips their coat. You're like, oh my gosh, look at that ripped coat. That's what this privilege community is. It's like, what, did you miss the bleeding guts on the floor? Because I don't know how anyone missed that, because that's what Judge Merchan did to New York State Constitution and our federal Constitution with how he handled this case. That's the mangled body you see before you. You're sitting here worried about his coat being ripped apart. I think he's got much bigger problems than that. So that's why I say, do I think it's going to be overturned? Oh, hell yeah, I really do. I really think it's going to be. I think even New York Court of Appeals is going to be like, really? Really? What were you thinking? But yeah, I mean, they ripped his coat also, arguably, when they didn't respect his immunity. It's just not what you're going to fixate on. You're going to fixate on like the freaking. You'd be like, oh my god, I never seen a spleen hanging, a guy bouncing his own spleen on his knee. So, believe it or not, that picture I just drew for you was far less graphic than the first thing that flew into my brain. I cleaned it up for y'all. You're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, good Lawgic. Hey, chat. Hey, Republic. Thank you. Nothing brings me more joy than hearing you crack up and watching you bellow. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Do you get the impression there's someone furious over Biden using the courts in the way he has and wants to send a clear message? Oh, we haven't gotten to Clarence Thomas yet. No sleep to Brooklyn, Mr. It's actually Queens where I'm headed. Good stuff tonight. Does that mean all 12 million pages covering DC has to be sifted through official and non-official communications and why people aren't people subscribed? That's what I got to know. That's what I got to know. Why aren't people subscribed? What is my number? This is like so stupid. It's so YouTube! Seriously, I'm like at the same number. Like I could be talking to 3,000 people. 3,000 people. I'm at the same stupid number I was at yesterday, the day before, day before, day before, day before. It's so ridiculous. It's so like how messed up are you, YouTube? Like how much do you hate me? It's like them like Sotomayor and I'm Trump. That's what I feel like here. God. Hate me so much. 99,056. This is a live number. That's my live subscribers. 3,000 people here. God, so aggravating. Joe, what would happen if this on hold case, if Trump and, in case you were wondering about it, just to be clear, those of you who are a little confused, that's the number of subs I have. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you so much. 99,055. I should be like, just going strike. I'm not going one step further. It's like it's 9960. That's it. I'm waiting. We'll wait. I'm gonna wait. Now we play the waiting game. I'm on strike. I'm on the 99,060 strike. Yeah. There we go. Let's continue. I should try that a lot more often. Joe, what would happen to this on-hold case if Trump and reps eliminated DC Circuit Court before they could start it up again? You know, it's so friggin' predictable. I have the best chat ever. I have the best subs ever. You guys kill me. I knew that was going to happen. Joe, what would happen in this on-hold case if Trump and reps eliminated DC Circuit Court before they could start it up again? Yeah. Okay, so that was asked earlier. This was asked earlier. A serious guy asked earlier, thoughts on Glanville nonsense from Sotomayor et al. Regarding using SEAL Team 6 to murder political opponents. Look, you had to sort of sit here and try to parse through where the left is coming from. And you sort of have to sort of come through here and say, well, what if they use SEAL Team 6? So I think it's an interesting thought in that the SEAL Team 6, let's use this as a scenario here. What's he using SEAL Team 6 for? He's using SEAL Team 6 to eliminate Congress before he gets impeached, let's say, in theory. He's about to be impeached. So he sends SEAL Team 6 in there to blow up the Capitol before they can have a vote and indict him, confirm the impeachment charges. So what's the question now? Can he be criminally charged? So I'll ask you is blowing up the Senate part of his official duties? I don't think so. I don't think that's part of it. Just because he's using SEAL Team 6 for the purpose of blowing up the Senate, that's no different than if he went into the Senate himself and set charges all around the building and then, got one of those big things and pushed down the T and you heard the whoop, and then a second later, would that be any different from him using SEAL Team 6? Just because I understand you might try to say, Commander-in-Chief, so that it's got to be Commander-in-Chief trying to actually take care of foreign affairs or defending the United States. So I don't think that would be something that he would have freedom from. The reason the SEAL Team 6 question came up is because that came up in the context of you have to, in order for him to face criminal charges, first he has to be impeached. And the Supreme Court here rejects that argument. And they say he doesn't have to be impeached. But there are certain actions, and they sort of got around that problem of maybe he'll stop the impeachment from happening by blowing up the Senate. Well, that's not going to help stave off prosecution. So in that sense, I think they did a pretty good job of putting that whole thought process of the D.C. Circuit Court to bed. Because you have to sort of come up with an answer. Okay, so what let's assume we had some lunatic who did use SEAL Team 6 that way. Well, how would that translate now? Well, based on the way that the Supreme Court has structured immunity, it would only affect him if he was, I guess it would affect him if he's trying not to leave office, because he can only be removed from office with impeachment. It's got nothing to do with immunity, though. That's now he's sitting in office. The whole question here really is immunity after the fact, because there's an assumption that there's immunity when he's in office. So, can this inform the court? It should. They should be bound by it. They can't just pretend he doesn't have immunity. It's the same way it affects Georgia. It should. Oh, so the one case I didn't talk about yet before I get to the rest of these super chats, the one case I did not talk about yet is the Florida case. Florida case is very interesting for a number of reasons. All the allegations that relate to the Florida case really arise with things he did after he was leaving office. I mean, I don't think any of the charges relate to the fact that he withdrew the documents while he was still in office during his last days of his first administration. And from now on, I am going to refer to that period of 2017 to 2020 as Trump's first administration. So, as I suggest, you should as well. So, those actions that he took during the final days of his first administration are not really what the basis of the charges are. The charges are what he did subsequent thereto with the documents while they're in Mar-a-Lago or in Bedminster, New Jersey, but after he stepped down on January 20th, 2021. So I don't think he would have presidential immunity for that. Now, a president who's a former president transitions from becoming a president to a former president is not governed by the same yardstick and rules that you and I are governed by. They're governed by different yardsticks. One, with respect to immunity for things he did during his administration, but two, just with respect to the actual handling of documents and classified documents, there are certain rules that Congress has enacted via statute that apply specifically to a former president. So, in that regard, those are the rules that are supposed to govern him. I don't think that most of this issue of immunity relates to that. I don't think it relates to that very much at all. However, there's a big but, a very, very big but. Someone mentioned this, and this came up in a few super chats earlier. Judge Clarence Thomas wrote a concurring opinion that I don't want to read through the entire thing. I don't think that would be appropriate. We can look through parts of it because he has thoughts. Judge Thomas has thoughts. He has a lot of thoughts. He has 9 pages of thoughts. And I'm not going to kid you. I'm not going to kid you. They're kind of funny. They kind of made me laugh. Because if you're following the Florida case, you may be aware of the fact that Judge Eileen Cannon held a 3-day evidentiary hearing trying to determine exactly why the hell is Jack Smith the one bringing these charges. And she's inviting in all these different sources to help inform her as to the way special prosecutors work and trying to actually come to what a conclusion as to what does the law direct her to do when she has this situation that Jack Smith's appointment here and his whole office and his duties and his role seem kind of made up. When she brought this, when she said, I'm going to entertain this motion, the left went nuts. Bananas. How dare you? How dare you? They lost it. They are so aggravated that she's even conducting an inquiry to figure out whether or not she has it. And they are so bitter, so upset, so aggravated over it. And they're like, I can't believe you're actually, every legal scholar knows we've had tons of special prosecutors, and how dare you question the sanctity of Jack Smith's position to come in here and go after that orange cheese doodle who's tried to destroy democracy, and he's holding him accountable because no one is above the law, and on, and you're questioning his authority. Who do you think you are? You're just some Trump appointee. That's why you're so biased in the tank. You have to be impeached, Eileen Cannon, and send her all the hate mail in the world, and send the most misogynistic messages to her and all this other terrible stuff because terrible human being. How dare you stand up for Trump, you Trump apologist, blah, blah, blah. This is clearly, he comes in there as a pure right. He is the holiest man on earth. And all along comes Judge Thomas on an issue of immunity. It's a question of immunity. Does a president have immunity? Does he not have immunity? Does that play into anything having to do with this? That issue as far as Judge Jack Smith's role in prosecuting this? Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't really seem like it. And then along comes Justice Clarence Thomas, and he goes, just, as an aside, I know we're talking about immunity, and this really got nothing to do with anything we're all talking about, but I just thought I'd throw this out here. Here's 9 pages, which I'm going to walk you through how terrible it is when all of a sudden the president decides he's going to start making new positions like special prosecutor and creating it out of thin air. And and that's basically one of the major grievances that the Patriots had when this country was founded, that the king would wrongfully assert his own authority by all of a sudden just start making up that I'm going to make up new positions and fill my cronies in those positions. That's terrible abuse. It's not just a technical issue. That's one of the major grievances we had when we founded this country. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to say, I don't know what the hell the attorney general, he's purportedly appointing a private citizen as special counsel. How do you appoint a private citizen as special counsel to prosecute a former president on behalf of the United States? Where's that come from? Because I can't figure it out. I'm looking through this, and I'm really baffled by it. And I'm going to go on for page after page, breaking down the arguments that were raised by former Attorney General Edwin Meese in his amicus brief. And I'm going to break down here just how profound I think his arguments are. Because with the Article 2, Section 2, says that it requires Congress to create federal offices by law. And that's a check against the president. It's up to Congress to create an office. President Biden and his executive agencies can't create an office. Which means if you got no law that there's an office that the special counsel has, then he can't go forward prosecution. What the hell are you doing here? Who are you? Why is everyone giving you some sort of authority? I don't even know who you are. Private citizen cannot criminally prosecute anyone, let alone a former president. So, yeah, I don't know who the F. Jack Smith thinks he is. That's essentially what Clarence Thomas says for 9 pages. He goes on and on. That he's the first person to bring federal criminal charges, and he's a private citizen. The Appointments Clause provides that the president is the one who nominates by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, and appoint ambassadors or other public ministers, judges, and all other officers of the United States. If he's an officer of the United States, that's got to be appointed by the president, whose appointments are not herewith otherwise prescribed for, which shall be established by law. Meaning you have this marriage between Congress and the executive branch, that Congress decides what offices are going to exist, and then the president fills the offices. But there's no law here that's still in existence that actually gives a role for it to be filled. There's no role here. So what's happening? Why is Jack Smith here? Why do we have 2 different federal cases going on involving the president of the United States, for actions he took during his first administration? Constitutional process for filling office is plain. Default manner for appointing officers of the United States is nomination by the president, confirmation by the Senate. It's a 2-step process. But the clause provides a limited exception to the appointment of inferior officers. Okay. So Congress may by law authorize one of 3 specified actors to appoint inferior officers without the advice and consent of the Senate. Okay, so you want to say he's an inferior officer? Okay. As relevant here, the head of departments, such as an attorney general, is one such actor Congress may authorize by law to appoint inferior officers. So Congress might say, hey, Congress can say, we're going to give you, the attorney general, the power to appoint an inferior officer. Then you're not going to have to come back to the Senate. They could do that in theory. Before the president or department head can appoint any officer, however, the Constitution requires that the underlying office be established by law. So he has to be filling it. Meaning Congress might say it doesn't have to go through the president and the Senate with appointment, that the Merrick Garland, the attorney general, can appoint him. But there has to be an office. It's not like all of a sudden we're just going to forget about the need for there to be an office. Normally, you need to have an office, and then it would be appointed by the president, confirmed by the Senate. So Congress can say, we don't have to go through the whole president and Senate thing. The appointment can happen just from some department head, like Attorney General Merrick Garland. But you still need that office. Constitution creates some offices, most obviously for that of the president and vice president. Although the Constitution contemplates there will be other officers in the United States whose appointments are not here and otherwise provided for, it clearly requires those offices shall be established by law. There has to be a law. So there's no office of special prosecutor that was ever created. It has to be established by law, meaning by statute. It's got to be written somewhere. The limitation of the president's power to create offices grew out of the founders' experience with the English monarchs basically being as monarchy as possible. Monarchial. That was the word. The founders broke from the monarchical model by giving the president the power to fill offices, but not the power to create offices. So that's his issue with creation of the office. And he goes through the different statutes that Merrick Garland claims as far as being justification. Deputy Attorney General, Associate General Attorney General, and Associate Attorney General C 503, 506. The Congress created several offices within the DOJ. But it doesn't seem like he created this office. And he breaks down all the flaws with respect to the claims that this office actually exists somewhere. We cannot ignore the importance the Constitution places on who creates a federal office to guard against tyranny. The founders required the federal office be established by law. As James Madison cautioned, if there is any point in which the separation of legislative and executive powers ought to be maintained with greater caution, it is which regulates to officers and offices. So he's like, I don't get it. I don't know how there's a special counsel office established by law. And Merrick Garland, he's useless. That useless guy, he didn't identify a single statute that creates such an office. He didn't rely on a statute granting him the authority to appoint officers as he deems fit, as the heads of some other agencies have. Some people say, I have the power to set whatever the officers I want. He didn't claim that. Instead, he relied upon several statutes of general nature, and I don't read those statutes the way he does. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm just a Supreme Court justice. I don't read it the way Merrick Garland does. He's not a Supreme Court justice as far as I know. That guy's not a Supreme Court justice. None of the statutes cited by the Attorney General appears to create an office for the special counsel, and especially not with the clarity typical of past statutes used for that purpose. And he goes through the different statutes there. So the reason this is significant, even though it's just a concurrence, is not binding. The reason it's highly significant, the reason this is so critical and so important, is because you can actually, if you understand how courts work, you understand how judges work. This Clarence Thomas knows that last week, Judge Eileen Cannon was desperately scrounging around trying to figure out what the law is on special prosecutor and what her duties are as a special prosecutor. The reason she struggled with it is because not much case law not really that much case law to help guide her. So she's walking on fresh snow, trying to create a path as to what do we do with someone who's sort of in an office that doesn't really exist. Is that a reason to throw out this entire prosecution? And along comes Justice Thomas writing a concurrence, which basically he only left out 4 words. There are 4 words missing from this concurrence. You know what those 4 words are? Any guess on what those 4 words are that are missing from this concurrence? They should have been at the very start. The very start of this concurrence should have started with these 4 words. Dear Judge Eileen Cannon, because that's who this is aimed at. Dear Judge Eileen Cannon, few things would threaten our constitutional order more than criminally prosecuting a former president for his official acts. That's the only thing missing. Dear Judge Eileen Cannon. Yours truly, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. That's what he's doing here. I'm sorry. I'm calling it out. It's really overt. If I was sitting there on the left, I would be fuming about this concurrence. I would be fuming. This is his FU to the left. You want to come after me and my wife and start saying, I'm going to sit here writing some random, not really related to the case that I'm deciding on. I'm going to find a way to basically help create law at the district court level, because I'll tell you, Judge Eileen Cannon, if in fact she bounces Jack Smith out, which is much more likely after she reads this concurrence, she's certainly going to be citing from it. As Justice Clarence Thomas wrote in his concurrence, I can promise you that if in fact she removes Jack Smith, if in fact she has the boldness and cojones to do that, she will be citing this thing. She pretty much plagiarize it. Pretty much just plagiarize. She'll write a 10-page decision. With respect to the application of Judge Thomas, I would like to point out, as Judge Thomas wrote in his concurrence, few things would threaten our constitutional order more than criminally prosecuting a former president for his official acts. Fortunately, and she basically just copy, paste, boom, voila, goodbye, Jack Smith. Goodbye, Jackie. That's what this concurrence is. It's a little. You would say my wife's name again. Say Ginny Thomas again. Say it again. That's what this concurrence is. That's what it is. It's delicious. And it's so. And what I love about it is it's really sound perspective on the law. It really is. It's not really very strongly related to the question presented to the courts. It's a little bit off topic, but good law. Based as hell. Okay. What we got here? I'm almost 2 hours in. I haven't even started my live reading. Oh my God. All right. Actually, the pardoning issue could come soon if Barton tries to pardon himself. True. But that's only if he gets prosecuted. Trump wins, he fires everyone involved. SCOTUS, a firm president can fire any subordinates. Fed employees need to be at will. Tough union, Schedule F. That's true. SCOTUS did just say he can fire whoever the hell he wants. It's none of your business. If Fannie's removed from her Georgia case, the new lawyer can simply cite this ruling and decide to take a different direction. Political cover. Yeah, no one has to take it. It apparently, from what I understand, what happens in Georgia is it's up to the other district attorneys in other counties to decide if they want to take the case at all. So, yeah, no one would need to. Normally, if someone was forced to take it, then yeah, they might be looking for political cover. That's true. But from what I remember seeing about the way the case works when a district attorney is pulled out, is that it's not something you have to really worry about. So I don't think anyone's going to be finding themselves in that position. I do want to point out, I'm going to be looking very soon to see. I'm almost, after I get through the super chats, I'm going to see how many people I have to read. In fact, let me take a quick look there. Let me see a quick gander. How many people are interested in reading? Entry required says, sleep when you're dead, Joe. Mr. Entry required. Thanks. Appreciate that. Appreciate your suggestion that I sleep when I'm dead. All right, Peter, you're in. Vincent Major is in. KBC says they're in. Okay, what the heck? I'm just gonna throw out. I'm gonna throw out links to this show like Pez dispensers. Like I'm a giant Pez dispenser, and I'm just gonna give out links to this show. Okay, that's what I'm doing. So, you guys who were in, who all checked in as being in, send me a DM on X because that's the easiest way for me to send a link for you to get backstage, and just pop in here whenever you can. And I'm going to start working my way through super chats. So if you can do that, that'd be great. I'm at the following pro. Most of you probably know that. Send me a link there. Those of you who mentioned that you'd like to participate, because I think I have like 7 roles here. I think I have like 7 roles. So those of you who wanted to participate, who I said I'm going to call upon, if you're still available, just sort of check your links on DM. All right. Okay, you up? I think I'm just going to give like first come first serve as far as like who I said I'll bring you in. I don't know if you people are still up. I don't know who's still up. So we'll see. I'm sure. I'll give you this. I see people starting to pop backstage. All right. Meanwhile, let me start running through super chats here. But I see you in the back there, Shiloh. All right. Cohn's testimony inadmissible. He was an advisor. Who knows? I don't know. Remember, the DC case was paused, including all procedures. They still had 2 months before trial. Now they have to figure out official acts. Yeah, like I said, it's never going to get anywhere unless he loses the election. Dissent is the most vile, irresponsible, un-American doc in U.S. history. Already in use as dog whistle to loons to assassinate DJT. Reference Schumer comment. Oh yeah, I can't even read it. I can't even look at it. It's gross to me. I see Kevin backstage also now. Happy MAGA month. Seems like it's starting well. It is. Bella, God bless you, woman. With 10 good Lawgic memberships. I couldn't pull this up at the time. I was too involved. But I hope you all expressed your gratitude to the 10 people who were gifted courtesy of the Queen of Recruitment, Bella Stella. Bring it all in. All hail the Queen. All hail the Queen. Those of you who are new to the following, please bear in mind, someone pointed out to me that I tend to wear the same uniform when I do my show a lot. That is by design. You should not think that's part of like some sort of like cultish type of gear or something like that, because the following is not at all a cult. Type of cult. Not at all a cult. Type of cult. I think this is pretty well established. I think everyone understands that. So, there's no Kool-Aid, there's no spaceships, no self-harm, no harming others, no squirrel mutilations, no goat sacrifices, zero dancing around bonfires to the beat of a tom-tom while shucking off your clothing in the middle of a forest. There's no tituba. No tituba. Zero tituba. It's true. You want to know why? Because not at all a cult. Type of cult. And I'm certainly not the leader of the following. I see 4 people backstage so far right now. So I know you don't. If you're able to see me, then you're backstage. So you're one of the 4. As my backstage is starting to fill up. What the heck does that mean? Well, that's coming from confession through projection. They want to use the military to come after us. Nazi tactic, accuse others of what you do. This is true. I did not see that coming. If it's an unlawful order, military can refuse. Yeah, that's not the yardstick that you want to rely on, right, Joel Sargent? Right? I lost someone. I had 4, now I got 3. Someone fell out. Is SEAL Team 6 even subscribed to? These are great questions. Ben Frail, he's the head of Armed Forces. Salty Vet Dad. SEAL Team 6 would be criminally charged for following an unlawful order, now using a drone to agent against U.S. citizens is evidently okay. That's true. All right. Brian's back. The hypothetical was so dumb and without thought. If someone said yes or they agreed, then they would mean that Obama would be in violation for that very thing. Facts. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can also use private chat to talk while I'm doing this. For your next adventure, can you spearhead impeaching AOC? This is one of the things I wanted to cover. Since she tweets today she'll be impeached SCOTUS for decision. Is SCOTUS impeachable? Yes. Technically, they would be. I think she should be impeached for sending that tweet out. It's more of an impeachable offense than anything they wrote today. She doesn't comprehend. I meant to pull this up. I actually had this here. Just so you don't think I'm like making stuff up. See? I had this here. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez announced plans to introduce articles of impeachment against the U.S. Supreme Court justices on Monday after the court ruled that presidents have immunity for official actions. The court on Monday ruled that former presidents have absolute immunity. We got that, okay? But what happened? While Trump celebrated the ruling, many legal and political analysts sounded the alarm ding, 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 about its implications, while some arguing it places presidents above the law. Yes, it does. It does. That part you understand. It does. They need to be. Kind of. You know what? Joe Biden right now is above the law. It's true. It's true. It's a fact. Perhaps that's why he can go anywhere he wants and crap his pants, and no one's going to ever charge him. He's above the law. You might say, but I don't understand. I made a crime to crap your pants over here in this part. And well, he's above the law. He can do whatever he wants. He can just wherever he wants. You can't stop him. You can't stop him. He's El Presidente. He's El Presidente. While Trump celebrated the ruling, a lot of people were whining. Ocasio-Cortez, a Democrat from New York, wrote early Monday afternoon that she would introduce articles of impeachment against the court in a post on X, formerly Twitter. Supreme Court has become consumed by a corruption crisis beyond its control. You're a corruption crisis. Wow. Today's ruling represents an assault on American democracy. It's democracy. What is democracy? How does democracy even fit in this sentence? Is it up to Congress to defend our nation from this authoritarian capture? Yeah. You know what you learned today, by the way, honey? You know what you learned? Congress is the weakest branch of government. They are. They're the weakest branch. You're losers. Did you learn that yet? Did you learn that yet? Because I think it's pretty clear. You got the Chevron being overturned that kind of weakened the executive branch a little bit. But you are like basically out of the three branches. I mean, let's face it. I mean, any one of them can make you their bitch anytime they want. And there's almost nothing you can do about it. Our legislative branch is so weak, which is good because you're so inept. It's up to Congress to save it. What if they saved anything? Ever? Did they help save the country 50 years ago? No. 100 years ago? No. 150 years ago? Civil? No. 200? Nope. Basically, since the day this country was ratified unanimously by all 13 states, Congress has ceased to exist as any force of any possible good in this country. They're useless. Once in a while, you pass an amendment. Good luck passing one of those in your lifetime, sweetie, because that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. So, yeah, these stupid statutes that you pass, pretty much under Chevron deference, they were the agencies you were passing it on to, they are the ones deciding how much of it they were going to actually recognize and follow and do. So now I guess Chevron deference is lost. I guess the courts will help decide it. But you basically write statutes. You think you're getting somewhere. You think, oh, you're like the little hamster. You're running so fast. Oh, look how fast she's running. Oh, she's running. Oh, you're going so fast. Oh, you're covering so much ground, the AOC. Oh, you're covering so much ground. Weak, nothing. You are nothing. You want to know why? Because you're never going to impeach anyone. So you're not any kind of check on the executive branch. You could sit there and pound your little fists, so angry, so upset. I can't believe it. It's not fair. I'm going to throw out all sorts of really big words that I don't really know, but they sound like positive things like democracy or terrible racism or the misogyny or whatever stupid words that you don't really fathom, don't really understand. And sit there yelling about corruption when you don't even know what's the corruption part here. What part is corrupt? You look at this decision, I guarantee you, 4 out of 5, every 5 words you come across one that you don't know the definition of. And you're sitting here saying, like, I understand this. This is the epitome of corruption. Make sure she knows the word epitome. She doesn't know the word epitome. Give you way too much credit. But the problem is you're weak. You got nothing. We're going to impeach. You're not even going to get to articles of impeachment. You're not even going to get there. Who's bringing it? Mike Johnson bringing impeachment against Clarence Thomas? We're going to impeach the whole Supreme Court. The whole Supreme Court. We're going to impeach Alito and Thomas and Gorsuch and all of them. Stupid. It's up to Congress to defend our nation with authoritarian capture. I intend filing articles of impeachment upon our return. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck. You go file them. We'll put him leave him in the circular file at the end of Mike Johnson's desk. Whew. All right. Let's see who we got here. I got 4 people sitting in the background here. It's time. I'm over 2 hours in. And I'm about to start doing a reading. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done. It's really up there with stupidest things. Let's see who we got here. First up here was Kevin C. How are you, Kevin?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. He's way louder than me, right? Like way louder?
I can turn down.
Oh, nice.
Is that better?
Maybe a little up?
How's this?
That's, I think, good. I think that's good.
Okay.
Next up, Shiloh. Shyberg on X.
Hello.
You're definitely loud.
How do I turn it down?
Wait, that's good. Did you change your
A
volume?
little better. Let me see.
Maybe our audio expert can help you out there. Joe.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
There you go.
How's this level? Is that, am I hitting?
You're good. You're good. You sound the same to me as Kevin.
How's that?
I think you're better now, Charlotte.
Everybody sounds level to me. Maybe,
all right.
You should always point that 58 towards your face.
Yes,
it works so much better.
It's pointed toward my face.
I'm sorry. That's not why we're here.
And finally, Brian Ogden. How are you, my brother?
I'm doing fine. Can you hear me?
I see you fine. I sent one out to Rebecca also. I don't know where she is, but I don't know. I don't even know how many parts I've got.
It's all right. It's a pleasure.
All right. Oh, look at this. Kathy, hit me up. Spectacular win. Thank you so much. If Star wants to read, I don't know who that is. Let me go. There's a few chats that I missed here. I don't even know how I missed it. Make no mistake, Thomas wrote that concurrence for Judge Cannon. It's delicious. That's true. NY Reno says no U.S. attorney would touch Trump cases. It would mean political suicide. Jack Smith had no political future, so it made sense to appoint him. That makes sense. Also saying Dems keep repeating no one's above the law. Literally, Jack Smith is above the law because he's not subject to impeachment by the Senate. Hypocrites. Star wants to read. Thank you again, Kathy, for the generous time.
Well, let's not forget diplomats have immunity. Judges, so technically, they're above the law.
Who's above the law?
Judges, prosecutors, people with immunity.
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris is the GOAT.
Hey, Joe. There's some chatter in the Diggers chat.
In the Diggers chat, what people wanting invites,
things like that. People saying they DM'd you and all that jazz.
Let me see what I missed here. All right, so this one I missed. I don't know how many. I'm not sure how many spots I got here, but let me just. I'm just clicking out. I'm just clicking out and hoping that I don't get no retributions. Retributions could come. Retributions may come, but I'm doing my best here. Okay. Star wants to read. I think I sent Star a thing. Our democracy, our current power structure, and sent DM. A coach said no. I don't know what that means. I don't see your DM. I don't see your DM. I should see your DM, and I don't. I don't think I. Oh my God, look at this. I'm so happy for this guy. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. My boy. My boy. My boy.
Oh, yeah, Nate the lawyer.
Nice.
Congratulations, Nate the friggin' lawyer.
He's been working it too.
Cleaning up.
There
That's
you go.
very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's awesome. I'm so happy for
Yeah,
this.
he's putting out content, quality content. He's always got something.
Yeah.
Good for
no,
him.
he's-
So well deserved.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Amen, indeed. All right. Look at that. He's gonna be chasing. He's chasing after legal. All right.
That's a hard chase.
Who?
So that's a hard chase.
Let me check up. Let me check up. Make sure. J. Decory says, did he take the records while he was president and didn't have to give them back? Congress does not have the ability to tell the president what to do with his property. Yeah, I don't think that's going to fly though. The immunity. I don't think that's going to fly with respect to that issue. There's a lot of other reasons that thing's going to die, but I don't think that the immunity is going to be the bailout. I think it's much more likely that Judge Cannon is going to be like, yeah, I kind of like Judge Thomas's reasoning here. So,
Yeah, nothing's going to court.
yeah,
Nothing's going to go to court.
the immunity going up to Supreme Court is going to piss Roberts off and might expand immunity further. Play the long game, Joe. Maybe. Also, J.D. Corey says government position is only reason he did hush money was because he was president. That means he was taking action based on his position of office. That's not official. I don't know if that becomes an official. That's really stretching out of perimeter. But for the fact that he was president of the federal election and he was doing it as president makes it so that his presidential necessary to govern. I don't know. That still seems like they seem to imply that campaigning is not part of your presidential actions. So, and this seems very campaigny. Vince Major showing up. How are you, Vince?
Good, Joe. How are you?
All right. I wonder if I filled too many roles here. I'm starting to get worried, but we'll figure it out. Starlight, welcome to the show, Starlight.
Hello.
There's a whole bunch of people here in this meeting. Okay. So what we have here is, I'm going through this. That's why I basically wanted a lot of voices. I'll sit here as maybe as the narrator potentially. Okay. What we have here is we have the roles of Adrian Love, Simone Hilton, Kayla Bumpus, Kenneth Copeland, and the judge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Beautiful. All right. I guess this is where we're at. We're going to leave it at this. I think I feel like I'm missing people, but we'll do it as is. Okay. So who wants to play Kenneth Copeland? That's Little Woody. Come on. Who's got the acting chops to be Little Woody? Who's got it? Who's got it? Come on. Jump. Any one of you.
I'll do
Why
it.
not? No, you got it. You got it.
I think Kevin said it first. Kevin said it first.
No. She can have it. She can have it. It'll be
Kevin
better.
can do it. That's great.
Ah,
Kevin can do it. Get a 5 for the roll.
That's a
Come
tough
on.
roll. Tough roll. Okay. Why not?
Okay. All right. So hold on. So wait, who's got it in the end? Just so I know.
I guess
Kevin.
I do.
Okay, you got it. You're gonna read it. You're gonna give it feeling, right? You're gonna give it feeling.
He'll give it something.
All right, fine. You've seen him on the stand, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you're gonna do your best impression.
As best
All
I
right.
can.
Okay, Starlight. I'm gonna give you court reporter. We're gonna
Okay.
do this. All right. Who wants to be Miss Love? Miss Love?
I'll be
Anyone?
Miss Love.
Who's that?
Shiloh, I'll be Miss Love.
All right, Miss Love. Fine. And the role of the judge, I'm going to give the judge to. We'll give the judge to Joe, and I think I feel like I'm missing people here. Did I get Hilton? Did I get Simone Hilton yet? All right, so Vince Major, you're going to be Simone Hilton.
Copy.
All right, and that just leaves Kayla Bumpus. So I think I'm going to take. You know what, Brian, you're here. You came in here. You want Kayla Bumpus? Did I get everyone? I think I got everyone, right? So we're going to work down. We're going to read this like it's conversation, okay? As we're reading this, I'll read instructions. I'm sorry. Oh, now I'm losing him. All right, fine. We'll bring him this last one here. We'll close that. Magoose, you got that last roll there. You still there, Magoose?
Yes.
All right, good.
Which
Fine.
one am I again?
You are. What was the last one I gave out? Jesus.
Bumpus.
Bumpus?
Bumpus.
Okay.
You're Kayla Bumpus. Brian, you keep having problems, and I think we filled our spots. I'm just gonna say I think I'm filled up here. So we're gonna go through. I'm gonna go down the list from top to bottom. Sorry about that, Brian. By the way, I'm gonna go through the list top to bottom. You call out your role. Kevin, what's your role?
Copeland.
And his attorney is Kayla Bumpus. Who's got Bumpus?
Magoose.
All right, and then we got the judge. Who's the judge?
Me, Joe. Kool-Aid Kid.
All right. Adrian Love is being played by
Me.
Shiloh.
Yep.
All right. Simone Hilton is being played by
Vince.
And court reporter played by
Starlight.
All right, fine. I'll do the narration. I want you guys to just do it your best as if you're sitting there in a room. I'm not going to prompt you. I'm assuming you have your roles down. You're ready to go. And we're just going to read through this and just keep going unless I pause you, okay? I'll do the intro. Okay, so this is the case of Sorry about that. That's on me. State of Georgia versus Marquavius Huey, Diamante Kendrick, Quamarvius Nichols, Rodalius Ryan, Shannon Stillwell, Jeffrey Williams, defendants. Transcript of ex parte hearing in the chambers of Honorable Ural D. Glanville, played by none other than Kool-Aid Kid on June 10th, 2024. And appearance of counsel on behalf of the state, we have Adrian Love, Simone Hilton, Assistant District Attorneys. On behalf of Kenneth Copeland, Kayla Bumpus, Attorney at Law. Judge Ural Glavin's chambers, the ex parte hearing beginning at 9:10 a.m. Present in chambers were Judge Glanville, Assistant District Attorney Adrian Love, Attorney Kayla Bumpus, Court Reporter Christina Weaver, investigators. Investigators. If they come up, I'll take the parts of Antonio Long and Rashid Hamilton. And we're going to start with the court reporter. Let's go.
Okay, I'm ready whenever you are.
Thank you. The concern that we wanted to bring to the court's attention as the state was twofold. One, we wanted to have the opportunity to impress upon Mr. Copeland with representation present that he faces, and we wanted to give him an opportunity to ask whatever questions he wanted to ask before he was we had to pull him into the courtroom when the jury came out. The second concern that I have, and I wanted to bring to the court's attention in line with the concern that I expressed on the record on Friday, I don't know what advice counsel may have offered or may be offering. That is their right and their business.
So we hear counsel is a reference, by the way, to Kayla Bumpus. So she's counsel for the witness, Kenneth Copeland, who I don't think is in the room yet. Go on, as it relates.
As it relates to testifying, however, I do not believe that criminal exposure is a concern that is which interest is being spoken about and protected. Mr. Melnick relayed to Ms. Hilton on Friday that he had never heard of Statute 24-5-507, and on Friday, he sent an email. I don't know if he intentionally copied Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart.
Yeah, you know what Shart. That's the name of the defense counsel.
It's the past tense, right?
Shorted.
I don't know if he unintentionally put my name on it, but he sent an email to Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart with me and Simone copied where he said, "This is the communication that I received from Miss Love regarding Mr. Copeland." My response was, "Whose interests are you protecting? Yours or Mr. Steele's?" Can you scroll up? Thank you. Whose client? Which client are you protecting? Whose client? Yours or Mr. Steele's and Mr. Shart's? He wrote back and said,
So now,
You're
just to clarify here, I think Melnick, as I understand it, and if any of you know better, please correct me. I think Melnick is Bumpus's co-counsel. So he sent an email over to that regarding this guy's testimony, Copeland's testimony, to defense counsel, which really doesn't sound very proper. I think that's probably what they were referencing when they talked about 24-5-507, although I'm certainly not familiar with Georgia criminal code. That's just my best guess based on context. However, so Miss Love is basically raising the point here of like, why would you be sending that to defense counsel as far as his concerns about and sending a communication to them or CCing them? Even if you're sending me an email, you're CCing it to them. Why are you doing that? Whose interests are you protecting? Are you protecting your own clients? Are you protecting the defendants? Why are you sending it to them? And he wrote back and said,
"You're going to get him killed. You are making him a target. Fuck you," is what he wrote in the email. So given that his concern is that by testifying, at least the one that he conveyed to me in writing, his concern has nothing to do with exposure from the state. And if his concern...
His being whose concern?
Mr. Melnick. If the interest is that he is protecting Mr. Copeland's freedom, he did not convey it by asking us what exposure does he face in testifying. In fact, if he's concerned that testifying will get Mr. Copeland killed, and he is not communicating with us, he's communicating with counsel for defendants. It would seem that he knows a thing or something that we don't know. Additionally, I will let Ms. Bumpus tell you, he has said if Mr. Copeland testifies, he's no longer representing Mr. Copeland, which is strange because if your interest is your client, then it would seem you would want to be there for him while he's testifying.
Yeah, unless you're afraid that you're going to be in the line of fire sitting next to him. So it's not really that strange, Miss Love. But
Well,
go ahead,
he is
Court.
on vacation this week.
I understand. That is why Miss Bump is here, and he has said what he has said. As I was reading the statute, the thing is, and I was reading the statute about this particular situation, and I was reading our rules, our ethics rules, rules of conduct for attorneys, and it is clear that if an attorney, there were two things that were happening. One, Mr. Melnick had told me that he wasn't Mr. Copeland's lawyer. Mr. Copeland had told Miss Hilton that Mr. Melnick wasn't representing him. And then rather than Mr. Copeland reaching out to Mr. Melnick apparently was in communication with Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart, and Mr. Melnick reaches out to Mr. Copeland and injects himself into these proceedings. What we were discussing was in no way a matter that Mr. Melnick was representing Mr. Copeland on. And that is where we are not allowed to speak with a person when they are represented by counsel. Mr. Melnick could not have been representing Mr. Copeland on anything we were talking about because we were talking about this case and this trial. All that aside, we would like the opportunity for the court to address Mr. Copeland with Mr. Copeland's standing counsel present. Miss Bumpus is looking at me like...
I'm listening.
Hey, guys, I'm going to step away for a moment. Be right back.
All right.
With his standing counsel present and to allow Miss Bumpus an opportunity to explain to Mr. Copeland everything that I have just said. Her concern outside was what is the longest he can stay in jail. What I relayed to her is the statute says until he purges...
By testifying.
...his contempt by testifying.
Yeah, 507 is a little bit different. So, I mean...
So until the end of this.
He can be here until the end of the trial.
That is what I said. To the end of trial is the longest.
No, it's not the longest. Even after a grand jury, if a person has been subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury, and even after the grand jury has, convened, has left, that person can stay until that person purges himself of contempt by testifying. The statute literally says that.
Well, I'm going to look up because it was my
I just want to pause for a
understanding-
second what she said before you go. Even after grand jury, a person has been subpoenaed to testify, and even after the grand jury has convened, has that person can stay until that person purges himself of contempt by testifying. So I guess they're saying that's what their way of saying till all possible defendants are brought up. Okay, go on, Ms. Bumpus.
Well, I'm going to look it up because it was my understanding that it was until the end of trial.
Nope. Here it is. Literally the words of the statute. And so
He could be in there a while. Let's put it this way. Let's put it that way. Either way.
I just want to be able to give him.
I know. It's kind of the statute says, that you purge, but I can't keep him in there indefinitely. I've got the kind of.
Right. That is all I want to know.
The whole thing is that he has the keys to his own freedom, and that freedom is if he just gives his testimony, then he's purged it.
Right.
And, whatever that testimony is, we know what we believe it to be, but, we don't know what it is. We can't talk about it. We don't, we don't know what he's going to say. We have an idea. We know what he's told us.
Yeah.
And our concern is that our concern, I know the court said essentially, you intimated that Mr. Melnick probably told him essentially you should testify. They can't do anything with your testimony. But what we overheard being said was, they're going to hammer you. And if we're going to expose Kenneth Copeland,
as if we're going to expose.
Oh, as if we're going to expose Kenneth Copeland to.
You heard that?
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Melnick told Mr. Copeland, we're going to hammer him.
Now, to be fair, and I think this Miss Bumpus, as an advocate or anybody, has got to tell him he's going to face some pretty significant cross-examination.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant.
I mean, he's got about 10.
So he meant the defense is going to hammer him?
No, just in general, it's going to be hey, da, 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 da.
He knew that. He had already been expressing that.
But I mean, I think that if he's concerned about that, well, but it's all in the message and the packaging in the terms of, I think Mr. Copeland is, a savvy person. But, he's certainly going to be subject to a thorough and sifting cross-examination.
And the other thing is that.
Can I just say something in Attorney Melnick's defense in response, just for the record?
Yes.
The reason that he doesn't want to move forward with representation, what I have been told, if he decides to testify, is that he doesn't feel like he doesn't know what was said outside of his presence, so he doesn't feel like he can adequately represent him or counsel him because he doesn't know what was told to the state when he wasn't there.
But the thing is that the only thing that he should be concerned about is the criminal exposure or the exposure that Kenneth Copeland has criminally, and there is nothing.
Yeah, right. This is like so. How can this is so ridiculous? Like her claim here, just to point out to you, is so disingenuous. It's so utterly disingenuous. What's happening here, just to give you all context, is there's a conversation going on between District Attorney Love. And this is all obviously in chambers with Judge Glanville. So there's a conversation between District Attorney Love and Kenneth Copeland's attorney, Caleb Bumpus. And they're basically talking about here as far as, representation that Kenneth Copeland has and what steps they're going to take to try and push him into testifying, and what exposure he faces if he fails to testify, because at this stage he was refusing to testify altogether and saying he's going to plead the fifth. Excuse me. And what Ms. Bumpus just said was that one of the attorneys who was considering coming in as his counsel before her, I guess, who was this Mr. Melnick. And Melnick was like, I don't want to represent him because there's been a lot of conversations between the state and Kenneth Copeland. He's going to get up there on the stand, and I need to basically help walk him through how to act properly as a witness in this case. And I can't do that if I don't know what he's already admitted to the state in private conversations with them. So how am I supposed to properly advise him about what he should say or should avoid saying, or when he might be perjuring himself or walking himself into a perjury charge because he's saying something completely contradictory to what he told the state before? So I can't sit there as his counsel. Now Miss Love comes up here, the DA comes up here with this ridiculously disingenuous thing of saying, well, the only thing he should be concerned about is the exposure he has, that he's going to be held in contempt and thrown in jail if he doesn't testify. No, F you. That's not the only concern. Far greater concern is that you're going to throw him in jail for committing perjury, and I can't even protect him from it because I don't know what the hell he's talking about. You're sitting here with your own personal interest trying to pretend that as far as you know what's the only thing he should be concerned about, go to hell. You don't know what the hell he should be concerned about. You're only worried about your own stupid case. You don't care about his life or what any exposure he has to actual physical harm from any of his defendants or their cohorts, and you certainly don't give the slightest damn about him walking his own ass down into committing perjury because he's saying something completely contradictory to what he told you 3 months ago in some private meeting with him that you had with him, and I'm not even going to know about it because I have no idea what the hell he's told you guys. So she's so this is such state corruption as far as they're pretending that they know what's best for the witness, and when all they care about is what's best for them, and the witness completely be damned. This is so gross what she's saying right here. I'm sorry, go on. There's literally nothing.
I feel properly put in my place now, Joe.
It's not you.
There is literally nothing. The statute is quite clear that we can do to him about. The only thing that would put him in harm's way is to lie, and a refusal to testify after being ordered to do so by the court. And by a lie, we mean we don't mean. Oh, and by a lie, we don't mean I think you lying. It would have to be, something obvious, because we can always impeach. But if he literally perjures himself, that's something different. We can't help that. We can't control that. We would only say, tell the truth. I don't care how bad it is. Just tell the truth. So, like he says, I didn't go down to the police station.
And I think part of the challenge, Miss Bumpus, may be that you need to assure him, look, I'm going to be here. And if you think that they're asking you a question, they being the state or the defense is asking you a question that's going to bring out other crimes, that he's going to be able to look to you and say, can I have a chance to talk with you?
That's exactly right.
Uh-huh.
See, but that's just it.
No, he's not.
Hold on. That's just it, Judge. The problem with this is that there's been an assertion that people are representing, and I'm not talking about you.
Yeah.
There's been an assertion that people are representing that their biggest concern is his best interest. And then they are just not here. And Miss Bumpus is saying she's not in a position to do that?
No, I'm not saying I'm not in a position. I'm saying that the agreement between Mr. Copeland and Melnick, who I'm standing in for, is that if he chooses to testify, I'm to get him to sign this paper that says that then discharges Melnick as his rep. That's their agreement. I can't do nothing about that.
That sounds weird. That does not sound like something in Mr. Copeland's best interest. That sounds like protecting somebody else's best interest.
It is. It's protecting Melnick's interest that he doesn't want to get sued for malpractice. And he's like, look, if you end up taking the stand, I'm not your counsel anymore because I can't properly defend you, and I'm not taking that responsibility that I'm going to be in that position. And it's a normal position for Melnick to take because he's like, why should I expose myself to a malpractice charge either by the state or a lawsuit from my client? Because I don't have, because I recognize I don't have sufficient information here to properly represent his interests. And she's sitting here saying, it sounds like he's looking out for himself. Yeah, damn Skippy. He should be. He should be. There's no reason he has to expose himself to either being sanctioned by the Georgia bar or a malpractice lawsuit from his client. So yeah, that's what any attorney would do as far as looking out. Any competent attorney would do as far as making sure that the first one you protect before your client is yourself. That you don't literally end your career over this thing.
If you talk, I ain't going to. I'm not going to represent you. I don't even know what to do with that.
Well, he said he does not know what was said.
It doesn't matter what was said.
Right.
It doesn't matter. And he didn't ask us. He didn't even inquire. What have you all talked about? He has been talking to Brian Steele and Max Sharp. That's it. He's not talking to us. And in fact, when Mr. Copeland asked to speak with us, Mr. Melnick barges in and gets between Miss Hilton and Mr. Copeland and literally keeps us from talking to him before he gets called to the stand. And that's troubling.
Why? Why is that troubling? Why is that troubling? He's like, I don't want you talking to my client. I don't understand.
So did I hear that right? So the defense attorney gets between the prosecutor and the accused. And that's
no, that's not the accused. He's a witness.
Ah.
He's a witness who... So and this is the attorney for the witness. Let me take a couple of quick chats here. Honeybee Care said, if DC vaporizes due to the Supreme Court ruling, does any associate ruling precedents that had established also vaporize, i.e. the gag order? If the case is gone, you would assume that the gag order be gone. But I can't tell you that because there's a gag order still in New York, so who the hell knows? Honeybee Care says, P.S. Leader Joe, your aliens friend have provided us with tech that will allow bonfires without cutting down trees or spewing carbon for our next ceremony opening to our culture. Listen to me. There's no dancing around bonfires. Bonfires we have, okay? There's mild farm work, there's bonfires. That's okay. I don't care about no carbon emissions. In fact, quite the contrary. We're very proud of an ever-increasing amount of carbon emissions. That's part of the following. We would have that's like for our followers. They're like basically collecting cow farts. That's like one of their favorite pastimes. So you don't have to worry about the carbon emissions. Carbon emissions are totally fine. That's totally cool. Kelly, thank you so much for the super chat. You're very kind. And Allegan News says, with this transcript teaches me is I don't recall is more powerful than the Fifth Amendment. I don't recall will not get you locked up. Well, that's I don't recall is a pretty healthy thing if you don't care, if you don't recall. But
so, hey Joe, I've been meaning to ask you this.
Yep.
At the risk, I don't mean to derail this.
Oh, by all means.
Is that I don't recall? See, usually most of us in the colloquial sense,
mm-hmm.
We try to remember. I don't know. Let me think about it. I don't recall.
Mm-hmm.
But as the more I've followed law and trials,
mm-hmm.
It reminds me of that scene in, I think it was Star Trek 6, where this one character says, I don't remember. And Spock looks at her, a lie, and she says a choice. Which makes me wonder, are we watching people decide not to remember? Because one has to participate in order to remember. And if I just abstain from remembering, I can honestly stand there and go, no, I don't recall.
You're saying like you choose to not think about it and thereby not recall?
Exactly.
Well, it's so different. The reason I don't recall is such a powerful weapon is because no one can prove that you do recall. Even you might recall later, but there in the moment you don't recall, and that's why. And in that sense, it does help protect someone who's afraid of getting caught in perjury. Another thing is attorneys will tell you, never guess. So even if you think something is true, but not 100% sure, don't guess. So you don't recall. You're better off saying I don't recall than guessing wrong. And you're never supposed to speculate. You're supposed to testify about that which you know. So sometimes they'll give people who are genuinely trying to answer questions will give what we call qualifiers. So they'll be like, I'm not sure, to the best of my recollection, it was raining. Instead of saying it was raining, so they'll sort of qualify and say, to the best of my recollection, which is a way of trying to offer testimony without exposing yourself to perjury if in fact it was a completely sunny day. So just because again, no one can really tell, no one will ever be inside your brain to know what you're recalling, what you're not recalling. So
Thanks.
you're welcome. Can we use bonfires for goats? Nope.
Now the carbon footprint's higher for the goats, so maybe so.
Barbecues are okay, by the way. If you want to eat some goat, that's okay. Just not goat sacrifices. Anyway, let's go for Miss Bumpus.
Well, I think what happened was, and I say this because I previously represented Mr. Copeland previously on his other stuff. So I know this is just what I think happened. I think how Attorney Melnick came involved was his representation of other, because he took my place. Copeland fired me and hired Melnick, and then this came about. And I think so at the beginning, Melnick was representing him, and then
in his criminal matter that he had, but that's resolved.
But when this case started, Melnick called me and told me that he was representing him as a witness at the beginning. I can assert that.
Melnick has never in life.
This is 2 years ago.
Melnick didn't, as a matter of fact, less than 2 years ago when Copeland was sitting in jail for something else he had done, Melnick said, I don't represent him. He told me, I don't represent him. And people were in the room. He was on speaker. He told me he didn't represent him. Now he ultimately did come about and represent him. But when we were trying to get, I guess,
something, yeah,
Copeland was like, he's not my lawyer. I don't have a lawyer. He's not my lawyer. And then...
Are you talking about recently?
So recently, Copeland said that Melnick was not his lawyer.
Right.
When Copeland was in jail, Melnick told me he wasn't his lawyer. But our understanding was that the person that came in and argued, or at least stood in for him.
Skip the line. I jumped on you. Our understanding was that Melnick was his lawyer.
But our understanding was that Melnick was his lawyer for those criminal charges. And so the person that came in and argued, or at least stood in for him on his bond and then on his subsequent plea, was Melnick. But I don't know whose interest he would be representing when he's not talking to us about what we've spoken to Copeland about. He could ask us and we would tell him. So I don't know why he would withdraw his representation of him.
Because he doesn't trust the state that they're going to tell him everything that they spoke about? Because how the hell could anyone cover everything that they talked about?
Well, not only that, I've heard from Atlanta attorneys, defense attorneys, that Adrienne Love is just horrible. That she is notorious for no lawyer likes to deal with her whatsoever.
Because she's full of crap. I mean, you just see in this conversation, she's so full of crap. It's unbelievable. But yeah, go on, Miss Love.
Okay.
If his interest is Kenneth Copeland.
If his interest is Kenneth Copeland, then why would you pull out?
That doesn't make sense.
At the point where he would face the most peril, if that is his concern. If his concern is, I don't know what they talked about, so I don't know what.
And I thought that Miss Hilton had a list of questions for Mr. Copeland anyway.
She did.
Well, how come y'all can't?
He didn't ask to see those. He didn't. And not only that.
Well, can't y'all share that with Miss Bumpus?
Well, Miss Hilton has already shared it with Mr. Copeland, and we certainly will share it, generally speaking.
Can I read this email that Melnick sent me? I don't know if this will help you understand what he's saying.
It says,
hey, Kayla, I wasn't able to see Kenneth today. He went on Saturday and tried to talk to him before his flight. But I have talked to his family, so at first Kenneth was going to testify, but has now decided to take the fifth. He may change his mind on Monday. If he does, then he's agreed to discharge me as his attorney. This isn't out of bad feelings, but I was not present when he met with the DA's office, so I can't really help him with his testimony. And then he gave me the discharge and told me that if he decides to testify, then he's to sign this.
And that's just it. It's like you never know what somebody is going to ask. And if he's concerned about putting him in legal jeopardy, then it would seem like he would remain and allow Mr. Copeland's access to counsel when Mr. Copeland is concerned that he's about to walk into an area that puts him in legal jeopardy.
How would he know? How could he possibly know when he doesn't know what he told you guys? And he's not, and Melnick isn't trusting you, love, for crying. This is so stupid. This is like, and the judge is sitting here saying, like, I don't understand either. It makes no sense. It makes perfect sense that, yeah, he really wants to protect his client. He also wants to make sure he's not exposing himself.
This is so infuriating.
If the DA already knew that he had representation, what are they doing meeting with him without that representation anyway?
Well, they're saying he's not the representation, or now Caleb Bumpus is the representation. I don't know what the hell's happening.
Well, I think they're using semantics of witness representation and criminal representation.
It doesn't seem like they are, because I mean, at the end of the day, he's the one who's exposing himself to walking into jeopardy of facing criminal charges via his testimony. So, yeah, this whole thing to me is it's like are they playing stupid on purpose? Like anyone can understand Melnick's position here, and they're making it sound as if it's so mysterious. Why would you leave him hanging when he's there and his neck is going into the news? Well, because I'm not able to protect him, because I don't know what happened and I don't trust you. So they're trying to say, well, you didn't even ask us. Well, yeah, you know why? Because I don't trust you. That's what it is. So why would I? Just because you're going to tell me? So then you're going to land X, Y, Z, and there could be 47 other things after X, Y, Z that I don't know anything about. That he's going to walk down the road, and I don't know what you're going to ask him about. So no, I'm not going down. I don't want to be part of this cluster fart. That's essentially what Melnick is saying. But anyway, Bumpus, we're up to you.
You can't switch how he gets called?
See, that's not in Mr. Copeland's best interest. That's in the defendant's best interest. When you say switch in how he gets called, what does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. Maybe he's saying he can't do it because he can't get his refundable ticket.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's saying, I'm out of here if he testifies. But they're getting frustrated, by the way, just to be clear. The state and court are getting frustrated because they're feeling as if his own attorney is kind of pushing him to not testify by saying, I'm not going to be your attorney unless you stay with pleading the fifth. So they're like sort of looking at Melnick as if he's an impetus from getting Copeland to do what they want him to do.
But isn't that in Copeland's best interest?
Well, they're arguing. Theoretically, Miss Love is trying to claim that it's not his best interest because they're going to hold him in prison. So until he testifies. So how is that in his interest?
They're just going to pretend that the whole, gangland outside of the legal system doesn't exist either, right?
I guess, yeah. Anyway, let's go forward here. Bumpus. Oh no, Miss Love, sorry.
That is not what he said in the email to you, and that is not what he relayed to the court. And his concerns have nothing to do with...
He was very much...
Oh, I'm sorry. He was very much...
I tried to go back and watch as much as I could.
Telling me what he was, that he was going on vacation. And I said, well, you inserted yourself in this. I said, really, you need to come on Monday.
So he can't force Mr. Copeland to discharge him just because Mr. Copeland decides to testify.
I think you're in until it's done. I mean,
Who, me?
That's so cute. Me. Yeah. I mean, if he testifies, you've got to kind of...
And frankly, Your Honor, I don't know if a person faces criminal contempt.
I
They
know
are
that. I know
entitled.
that. I know that.
Say that again.
You said I don't. And
Oh.
there's no don't.
And frankly, Your Honor, I know that if a person faces criminal contempt, they are entitled to representation if they want it. This being a civil contempt matter.
Not necessarily. Anybody who's facing contempt can get counsel. I mean, you know, not anybody, but
Well, a judge can. Sorry. This is
It's like-
before he walked into his whole
Yeah.
contempt
so
issues.
you walked into that one. Didn't you?
It's before he actually walked down this road, like hours later.
Yeah, oh gosh.
I can't stay. How long is this going to take?
It might take some days.
Uh-huh.
And I think she's saying,
Oh, yeah.
And see, that's just it. And I don't mean, I think Miss Bumpus is put in a precarious position. She's not the one that stood up and injected herself into this. They reached out to her and she did him a favor. But ultimately, it seems as if Mr. Melnick is stalling and attempting to delay and hamper and hinder our proceedings. And that is a problem because that has nothing to do with the best interest of Kenneth Copeland. And that has nothing to do with Kenneth Copeland's exposure if he testifies. Just to answer the question about what he is exposed to, the statute is very, very clear. It literally says that no testimony or any evidence required under the court's order or any information directly or indirectly derived from such testimony or evidence shall be used against the person in any proceeding or prosecution for a crime or offense concerning which he testified or produces evidence under the court order. That is saying, even if he got on the stand and said,
He started talking about an unrelated crime, which is what the biggest thing I think he's probably thinking about. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff they could ask me about.
right,
That is not known to a lot of people, and that, you know, he could also invoke his Fifth Amendment, which the advice of counsel, if it was some other particular crime, but
even that, we wouldn't even
that he'll still have to testify.
literally, right? I saw Lays.
Yeah, I mean, anything he testifies to.
We do this.
Okay, and then about the delay or stall. Isn't it true or is it not true that he had a leave filed since December?
We have nothing to do with any of that. He injected himself into this.
Yeah, see, the problem is
He stepped in.
that when you get involved, I don't know, you have a leave,
Right.
and unless you filed that leave into the case, you don't have a leave for my case.
Right.
see, it's so weird
Okay.
how they're talking at the same time with each other. It
Yeah.
shows how comfortable Love is in basically just over talking the judge. It's like it's so utterly disrespectful. Even in chambers, there's certain levels of respect that, hey, this is the judge. For her to be over talking and saying, yeah, that's right, what he said while he's in the middle of talking, it's so it just shows the nature of the relationship here between the DA and the court in a way that's gross. But
It seems overly familiar the way that she speaks to him.
yeah,
This
it's
could be
weird.
like
Way
over coffee.
And he doesn't seem to take much issue with it either.
No, that's part of the problem. He should.
Yeah.
He really should.
Okay,
So-
okay.
And he did not.
So he didn't have one.
Mr. Copeland's been a witness and a name on this witness list since.
So since he said, well, I represent him, I'm like, okay, well, you don't have a leave that's filed in our case.
Okay, okay.
So he did this to himself and he did it to you. But we have to, that is just where it is. And I don't know that that's just where we are.
So, Judge, you are going to make me stay if he chooses to testify.
I am, because you're his lawyer. You're his lawyer. You're a stand-in lawyer at this point.
Your Honor, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not ready.
If
There's nothing for you to be ready about. Jesus Christ, really? I'm
God.
sorry.
Oh, God.
There's nothing for you to be ready about. I mean, here's the thing. I think the only thing you've got to kind of ask them about is, look, here's the questions the state's going to ask you. All right? Is there anything else that could hurt you that they might ask you about? And as long as you have knowledge of that, then I think that you're fine, because the state's only going to get into this. Now, the reason you want to know what's going to hurt you is if the defendants know more about Kenneth Copeland than anyone else. So they're probably going to kind of.
What about if I say I can't do it? Then Melnick needs to come back, right? Am I going to be in trouble? Because I was only for Monday. That's what I was told. I was given specific.
If Copeland said, I don't know what Mr. Copeland wants, it's his choice.
Can't he say he doesn't want Melnick?
He can say whatever he wants. It's his choice.
But the judge is saying.
I don't think he can be forced to have representation if he doesn't want, need, or say he wants it, because we have done everything to clear him of judicial exposure. There's nothing he can say. He could lie. That puts him in,
Peril.
But, you can't talk about a crime that we could then prosecute him for.
That is involving this or some other place.
Right.
I understand that, but.
And we can't use his testimony to go find evidence to prosecute him for the stuff he talks about. Basically, he is literally shielded.
I would have to agree with you that I don't think that that's the concern. Isn't that what you said?
Well, the court said that.
No, I'm saying with Mr. Copeland not testifying, you said you don't think that his concern is criminal exposure, or you do think that is what he's worried about.
Here we are. Do you think that he's fearful of testifying for other reasons, like his personal safety?
Right.
That is what Mr. Melnick said to me in an email I can pull up. He said,
but you don't believe that.
You are going to get him killed. That's what he said. We ain't going to kill him.
See, I don't know anything about that email.
We ain't going to kill him. I can show you the email, but we are not going to kill Kenneth Copeland. So who is he talking about? So what are you trying to do?
That is a collateral second and third order effect. Let's pray it doesn't happen, but
I mean,
what?
Wow.
What?
Whoopsie
What?
doodle.
Oh, let's look. Let's cross our fingers.
Yeah, I mean,
Unbelievable. This
nice
judge.
life you have there. It'd be a shame if anything happened to it.
Wow.
This guy.
I mean, obviously he.
Is that on me?
Yeah. First.
Oh yeah, sorry. First, he has to give testimony, though. I mean, that's what he has to do. He's got to give the testimony, whatever it is, good, bad, or indifferent. Good, bad, or indifferent, I should say.
So we would like the court's permission. They haven't brought him over, and he was supposed to be the first one. So I guess they went to get him. They might be over here with him now.
Is he here now?
I don't know.
I'm excited in chambers. Oh, I exited chambers. I just added a letter there. It changes everything.
So Glanville exits chambers at 9:33 a.m.
We would like to just go into another courtroom and talk to him. Give you a chance to talk to him. And then give you an opportunity to explain to him.
We're off the record.
There you go. All right. Fine. So Judge Glanville and Chamberlain entered chambers at 9:34 a.m.
Miss Hilton has been communicating with him. I'd like to grab her from downstairs and have her come up.
I'd like to grab her from downstairs. I'm sorry, I have such a big softball.
That's what she said.
Wow. Where is Mr. Copeland?
They took him upstairs to the tank in 9.
Okay. Can we bring him out? Can we?
Your chambers is being used. I mean, your courtroom is being used.
Let's bring him in here.
All right. So let me see if I can get that done.
Let's bring him in here, okay? Thank you. We'll just bring him in here.
Proceedings stood in recess from 9:34 till 10:03.
Oh, good,
So
half
a
hour.
half-hour break. Yeah.
Coffee break.
Mr.
Let's see.
Mr. Copeland
Also-
entered chambers at 10:03 a.m. Also present were Judge Glanville, Assistant DA Simone Hilton, Attorney Caleb Bumpus, Court Reporter Christina Weaver, Investigators Antonio Long and Rashid Hamilton, Deputy Housing, Deputy McPherson, Sergeant Brown, Sergeant Hall with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
Can you let him know I got a hearing problem?
Okay, he said,
Oh, you're perfect.
he is
Kevin.
hard of hearing.
That makes 2 of us. I've got a hearing aid that's coming on the 27th of June. So I'll try to talk loud. Is it okay?
Yeah, I can read lips.
Jesus. We're never going to get. It's going to be a long night. Okay. Good. Mr. Copeland, good morning.
Morning.
All right. I just wanted to bring you over and let you talk with Miss Bumpus and see if there's anything that you need to ask of your counsel or Miss Hilton or the state of the court before we bring you out this morning, because we would like to hear your testimony, and that is kind of where we are at this point in time. So is there anything you want to ask?
Well, I want to speak to you personally that I've never been truthful a day in my life until I just made this statement right now. I don't comprehend none of this stuff that's going on.
Okay. Well, the only thing you can give is truthful testimony. I mean, whatever you know is what you know. I mean, that's it.
And what we'll say, and Mr. Copeland and I, we have talked about this. I'm not sure what your concerns are, what concerns that you expressed to Mr. Melnick last week. But if any of your concerns deal with being locked up for anything, you can't. Like there's nothing that can happen. The feds.
Well, that's not.
It is
Miss
true.
Hilton,
No, I said
you're
that's
sounding
not
a little
his
hoarse
concern.
today.
If concern is safety, we need to know that. Like that's not expressed, so we don't know what the concern is so that we can try to resolve the concern. That is what I'm saying. Mr. Copeland and I have had conversations before. I understand some of his concerns is potential criminal liability, hence why we gave you immunity. The federal statute of limitations, done. The state statute of limitations, done. So there is nothing. Like I researched it this weekend again. Both those.
By the way, this is an interesting point because a lot of people, and I too, speculated how are they going to give him immunity from anything with federal charges, and they're claiming federal statute of limitations is done. I don't know how they know what potential federal charges he might walk himself into, but okay.
That
All right.
didn't stop New York, did it?
Yeah, seriously.
But both those statute of limitations for what you and I talked about, which is in 2015 or before, done. You cannot be prosecuted for anything you testify federally or statewide. Immune, period. So if that is the concern, there is none because you cannot be prosecuted. The federal statute of limitations is 5 years. So anything in 2015, 5 years would have been in 2020. Anything statewide is 4 years. It would have been 2019. Finished. Next concern. What may happen in the street? You know what we have talked about, what we can do as far as living and all of that. We have had those conversations. So I'm trying to express to you, we do not want you locked up. I don't know how many times I've got to tell that to you. what I've got to say to you. We do not want you sitting in DeKalb or whenever they got you because of this. Wherever. I know you wanted to talk to me on Friday before you walked into court. We weren't able to talk. If you still want to talk with or without Miss Bumpus, I'm here, but we do not want you in custody. You will not. This order, I don't know if you kept your copy of the order, but this order says you are immune from prosecution, any of it. Literally. Judge, you might want to close your ears. If you confess to a murder on the stand, if we don't have any other independent evidence outside of what you say on the stand, you are immune from prosecution from what you say in court.
Not true on federal charges if there's a federal thing, but go on.
So again, I don't know what was communicated to you on Friday. I have no idea. But what the state has assured you, which I have assured you in our private conversations with Mr. Long, as I'm saying in front of Miss Bumpus, as I told you, that is what this order says.
And that is direct or cross-examination.
And that is direct or cross-examination.
So if you're worried about what the defendants may ask you because they may know your business, but if they ask you about things that you might think you might have some liability with, you can't be prosecuted for any of those.
I got family members watching this trial. And I don't want my nephew and them to hear the things that I may be involved with and think it's okay.
But I think that's a separate conversation you can have with them as an honest individual. Like, look, nephews, I've lived the life that I don't want you to live. Don't go through what I've been through. But that's something you can have outside of being in jail, because that's a better conversation you can have with your nephews in person. But they shouldn't have to come to DeKalb County Jail because you are being held in contempt. You can have that conversation with your nephews tomorrow in person. You can have that conversation with them. You can have that conversation with anybody. You know what's coming up this weekend. Why are we in jail? What are we doing?
But y'all did this intentionally.
No, we did not. You and I had this conversation, Mr. Copeland, on Friday morning.
You knew my child's birthday was next week.
But what did I tell you? When we met with each other, I said to you, you asked me, what is the one thing that's going to get me in jail? Didn't you ask me that? And what was my response? If you plead the fifth. And that is exactly what you did on the stand.
But what did I tell you before I got to that point? I told you the whole time, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
But I told you we were giving you immunity.
That I was pleading the fifth.
No, you did not.
I told you every other day I was pleading the fifth.
No, you did not. We told you.
I told you my concern.
And we said we could give you immunity. We said your concern is what they know about you. And when you said that, I said, well, you know stuff about them. And then I said, whatever your concerns are, we can give you immunity.
So I didn't tell you I lied on them to get myself out of the situation?
You said you were a liar. That's what you said. You said you were a liar.
Was this recorded?
No.
And did he ever say that Melnick was his attorney?
No. This week, when we first met you in the car on Friday, we asked you, is Mr. Melnick your attorney? You said, he's not my attorney. I haven't even talked to him.
No, I never said he's not my attorney. I said I haven't talked to him.
You said he's not your attorney. You haven't talked to him. Then we continued to have a conversation. At no point did you ever say to us, hey, I want Mr. Melnick here. Hey, put Mr. Melnick on the phone.
You didn't make me feel like I needed him.
But if you needed him, we would have said, if you would have needed Mr. Melnick, we would have said to you, okay, just call him. So, I mean, that is our position. We don't want you in jail. We just want you to be able to purge yourself by testifying. Whatever your truth is is what your truth is, but you've just got to answer the questions. We believe that whatever your truth is your truth. We know what you said before. I don't know what you're going to say on the stand, but what we know is pleading the fifth is going to keep you in custody. That's what I know. Now, how you answer your questions is how you answer your questions. I know what you said before, and I know what you said later. I mean, I know what you said before, and I don't know what you're going to say on the stand because you and I never went into full details about any of it. But what I don't want is you to be sitting here in custody.
You did it.
I did not do it. You did it by pleading the fifth.
You told me before you went to the judge with whatever that thing you went to him with, you told me that I can't, when I'm asked a question, I can't say, I don't recall, or I don't know. You told me that if I plead the fifth, I mean something. Why would I plead the fifth to something I ain't do? And I said that you don't know what I did and what I ain't do. And then you was like, something. And then y'all asked for this immunity. And I was like, it was something. And then Thursday or Friday came. And then y'all go tell me, oh, we went to the judge with this, so you got to testify. If you don't testify, the judge is going to lock you up.
Right. But that was based upon what you...
But I told y'all that.
No, you didn't.
You said, why would I plead the fifth to something I didn't do? And I said, you don't know what happened.
And I said, I don't know what happened. Only you know and them know. They know, I said. But you never said, I am pleading the fifth. You said, what if I do this? What if I do this? What if I do this?
I told you. I said, I'm going to plead you said, why would you plead the fifth to something that you know you didn't do?
Before we go any further, I just want to point out, all of this is completely improper. Everything about this whole situation is completely improper. It's improper for him to be sitting in a room in chambers with the judge. It's improper for them to have this whole ex parte meeting without notifying defense counsel that they were having this meeting. Everything we're seeing here should never have happened. And this is all on primarily the judge's shoulders, that he allowed this to happen, that he allowed this meeting in the morning. We have a counsel for the witness together with the DEA and the judge, and without notifying defense counsel, all of them, as to what you would be talking about, why you're talking about it, and you can't just say, I'm going to do this. There are very, very limited areas where you can talk to any of these persons if you're the judge. Why is that? Because we're afraid that that the judge is going to be influenced in a way that's going to be harmful to the other side. And that's why these ex parte meetings are completely inappropriate. This whole effort that you bring him in before the judge to try and twist his arm is completely inappropriate. So, because if the DA wanted to have these conversations with the witness without the judge there, that would be okay. That's fine. They can sit there and try and coax him into talking. The reason they're bringing him in before the judge is because they feel like, well, if he's sitting in front of a judge, that's going to be more pressure on him to try and twist his arms. But nothing about him coming in here and nothing they've been saying here is something that should happen. And certainly it's something that defense counsel had a right to be sitting in on. And the fact that they not only didn't invite them in and tell them about it beforehand, and then failed to tell them about it after the fact is completely inappropriate. So I just want to point that out. I mean, I'm sitting here and I just realized that most people might not. I'm sitting here just enjoying the show the way most of you are, and I realized I should probably point out to you all just what a gross violation this is of the judge's duty to remain impartial and not play a role in helping the district attorney get a witness to testify.
Well, and didn't the judge chastise one of the defendant's attorneys because he brought it to his attention that they had heard that Copeland was going to plead the fifth, and he yelled at him and said, "You should have told me." Well, right here, Copeland is revealing that he told the assistant district attorney that he was going to plead the fifth. So why is he getting on to her?
Yeah, although she claims that he didn't say that he was going to do that. So maybe that's her story. At least she was consistent in that respect when she was in chambers there. Let me get a couple of these chats here. Bob Gable says, you need to get lead attorney on. Lead attorney Bumpus today. She said, no way she talked to Woody for an hour by themselves. She wants to see the transcripts. I still wonder, I'm not sure how to get a hold of Bumpus, but I'll look into it. I saw she was on a very small channel, like with like 1,000 subs on it. So maybe she'll come on here. I still wonder, I will say this, part of lead attorney's niche that he's built for himself, and we all try to find our own little corner of the internet to carve out, is he specifically is trying to target a black audience. So, and he does phenomenal work. But he knows, and he's very open about the fact that he's trying to target a black audience. So it's possible that, that she, you can't ignore the demographics here as far as people's comfort level. But I'm very warm and inviting. I have a nice, healthy smile. So maybe I can. Maybe she won't see that. Maybe she won't. I have a very creepy smile when I try to put on a nice smile. So yeah,
gentle.
Yeah. So anyway, but I appreciate the idea. It's probably a good idea for me to try to reach out to her if I can. I still wonder if immunity covers federal charges or other states. I have the same questions. Under 24.5.507, the grant immunity does not cover, but shall not be required to produce evidence that can be used in any other court of the state, the United States, or another state. That makes sense. This isn't state level RICO. This is state level RICO. Wouldn't a federal RICO also have jurisdiction? Maybe. He doesn't have immunity at federal, even other jurisdictions in the state. I think they're completely lying to him about this, or maybe not intentionally. Maybe they're just incompetent. Never chalk up to malfeasance that which could be chalked up to incompetence. Bumpus on TLA said judge prosecution gave same team vibe. I'm sure they did. You can feel it. You can feel it in the transcript. Hey Kelly, thank you so much. If I was Copeland, are you speaking for federal? Well, yeah, I agree with you. So now judge saying he has immunity for all crimes, giving legal advice on the bench. Yeah, why not? And investigators. Yeah. Is it okay for DA to have this conversation with witness after he took a stand outside presence of the court? No, that's not. Also, that's a great point. Once he took the stand, they can't be communicating with him. Also, so yeah, great point. Thank you. All right, welcome back, Starlight. By the way, let me double check over here, make sure I didn't miss anything.
I felt like Fulton County kidnapped me for a little bit.
Yeah. All right. We're up to Miss Bumpus, right?
Yes.
All right.
So if you didn't have immunity prior to, is that what you were saying? That you feel like he didn't have immunity prior to?
Immunity came Friday, right when I went to jail.
The immunity only came after Mr. Melnick.
Hold on.
The immunity came after Mr. Melnick sent us an email saying, my client is pleading the 5th. That was on Thursday evening at 6.
Okay.
So after that was an emphatic, he is pleading the 5th.
Uh-huh.
We came and we got this signed.
Uh-huh.
And then Friday morning came.
Okay.
So between Friday morning, Mr. Melnick reached out to us, said he represents him. He's pleading the 5th.
Okay. And when was the last time you talked to him before Melnick got involved?
We talked to him earlier that day on Thursday.
Okay. And then how did...
He called me.
Okay. I was just trying to get a timeline.
Sure, right. So we've been talking since last Friday. So I met with Mr. Copeland last Friday, I think out in the neighborhood. Then he came on Tuesday for court. We talked briefly on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he came.
Thursday.
No, I think he only came 2 days, so it had to be Wednesday and Thursday he came. It wasn't Tuesday. It was Wednesday and Thursday he came. And then on Thursday, once we left, is when Mr. Melnick reached out to us and said, my client is pleading the 5th. And at that point is when we went the next morning and got the immunity motion. And then we spoke on Friday morning. I handed Mr. Copeland this agreement and let him know that he has immunity and that anything he says we can't use. And then Mr. Melnick came, and then we had court.
So you are pretty much saying you didn't ask for this.
I didn't.
But we gave it. He doesn't have to ask for it.
I know. I mean, he's just saying.
Right. He doesn't have to ask for it. But to alleviate whatever his concerns were, we gave him immunity. He didn't have to ask for it.
So if he wouldn't have had this, I'm just saying this so he can understand it. I'm walking him through.
Uh-huh.
Would he still have had to testify, or would he have been able to plead the fifth? That's what he's saying.
If he did not have immunity?
Yes.
Yes, he could plead the fifth.
This is
That's
so
what
scary.
I'm-
This is so scary that a defense counsel doesn't know this. It's like, okay, yeah, that's what he's trying to say.
That's
Sorry.
what he's trying to say. He's trying to say he didn't ask for this.
But he doesn't have to ask for it. Now that we have given it to him, because that's on us. So now that we have given it to him, it's an order. He can still choose if this is the road he wants to take, then he'll just stay in custody until the trial is over. And when we say the trial is over, every last defendant has been tried. Not just these 6, the other ones too.
Unbelievable.
I done did longer time.
All right, Mr. Copeland, I'm telling you that you are literally immune from prosecution from anything else you say. That's that. So the choice is always up to you. But we wanted to put on the record the state does not want you in custody. What the state would like you to do is purge yourself from...
What purge yourself mean?
Meaning that you are no longer in custody, and the way that you purge yourself is to testify. That is kind of how it happens, and that is what the state wants you to do. We don't want you in custody. I can't say that any other different way, but we don't want you in custody. The only thing that's holding you is you refusing to testify.
So, do you have any questions? Any other questions? Basically, if you invoke the fifth...
I don't trust. I don't know what's going on. I don't trust nobody. I trust her word, but I don't know what's going on, Your Honor.
This is your insurance. I don't know if you want to break that down to him.
Well, he doesn't want that.
But he's been given it. See, that's the challenge, Mr. Copeland, is that if they didn't give you the immunity, you could invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege. But what the state decided is they said your testimony is worth more to them at this point in time, and they really want to know what you have to say. So they made from the state's perspective, they've made a decision to give you immunity so you no longer can invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege. You have to testify. So that's the difference. In this particular scenario is that they have taken away, well, boy, a little Freudian slip there. You can still invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege. You can still do that. But the consequence of invoking it is you'll just remain in custody. So if you testify, you'll get out of custody and you'll stay out of custody until you're done.
And then if I don't testify, I have to stay in until when?
Until the trial is over, until all of the defendants have been, I've got these 6 and we have right now, and then there's another 6.
No, there's another 12.
There's another 12 or thereabouts, and are still outstanding in various forms of or one another.
Oh my God, this is so terrible. This is so terrible. We're gonna keep you in prison for the rest of your life.
No
Wow.
pressure. Can I speak with her for a second?
You know, pause.
Yeah.
Even if you gave everybody the best of intentions and the benefit of the doubt, they can't even articulate to him what his choices are. I mean, let's just pretend I can't see that this is corrupt as hell. How could he make a decision? 6 more cases? 12 more cases? We really don't know. Just freaking test. Oh my God, I'm so enraged. I'm sorry. Back
All
in
this is
character.
insane. This
Sorry,
is all
guys.
insane.
It
Yeah,
kind of seems like he doesn't understand what immunity is.
it's
Judge Glanville, Assistant DA Simone Hilton, Court Reporter Christina Weaver, Investigators Antonio Long, Rashid Hamilton, leave chambers 10:17, return 10:33.
My question is, I can ask you a question?
yes.
He
So my question-
understands what immunity is, but he's not going to be a rat.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. So my question is, so what I was just asking her was, if you ask me a question and you feel as in I was lying about it, you will lock me back up?
No. So you are saying, you say, I didn't talk to Demikin. Well, no, I can't talk about that because the judge is in here.
Oh,
You are
God.
asking,
We're
for
talking about any of
example,
this. Sorry.
you are asking, for example, if you said before that the sky was blue and I asked you on the stand what color is the sky and you say, I said it was red, I'm going to say, no, back before you said it was blue. Is that what you were trying to ask me?
So explain the independent evidence. If he says he did something and you know he's not telling the truth, what happens?
If he says he did if he said he did something and he did not do that thing,
If you believe he did not, so if you believe that he's lying about that,
then no. If he admits to doing something on the stand and he did not do that thing, I'm going to say, is this the first time you are saying that?
This is unbelievable that they're prepping their testimony in front of the judge. I don't know what the heck is going on here. I have no idea. Why doesn't the judge give some advice as to what he should say in that scenario? This is so stupid.
That's
This
probably coming up later.
Yeah.
is unbelievable.
This is nuts.
Yeah.
And you have independent evidence to prove it wasn't him, then what?
Then nothing. What do you mean? Like,
So then he will be fine.
yes, but
So you are okay with him if he got on the stand and said things that weren't true.
no, I want him to tell the truth. What have I always said to you? I want you to tell the truth. I don't know what's going to come out of your mouth. I expect you to tell the truth. If you say something that is inconsistent with what you said before, then I'm going to ask about the inconsistencies, but I expect you to tell the truth. What you go on the stand and do, I don't know. I don't know what you are going to do. I want you to tell the truth. But I will deal with you not you saying something different in the manner that I normally do.
What you saying here? Wait,
What did he
what?
say?
Wait, what you got to listen? I
You
don't know.
saying something different
If
in
you
a
s-
manner that I normally do.
Is he imitating me? What is this?
You saying something different in the manner that I normally, but I'll deal with that with you not. You saying something different. Oh, so she's saying if you do lie, I'm going to deal with that differently than the way I normally. I'm not going to handle my usual way with handling with a liar. I guess that's what she's trying to say. A Magical Mud Dragon says, "Is that legal? Whoops. Can I take away someone's fifth by forcing an immunity deal on him and then hold him hostage when he pleads the fifth?" That's what it sounds like. Apparently in Georgia, that's how it works.
That's exactly what it sounds like. Yes.
I mean, yes.
doing that.
I mean, I am familiar with the fact that if you give him immunity, that strips him of his Fifth Amendment right. Although you have to has to be immunity from any potential charges, including federal. So I don't know how you have to sort of orchestrate that. But yeah, I guess once he's refusing in Georgia, they say we can hold you in jail. It sounds shady, but I guess there's logic to it. You know,
Is that a common thing, or is that kind of just a down there thing?
I'm not a criminal defense attorney, so I
Okay.
don't want to weigh in on that.
Okay.
But it's a fair
This
question.
is called the good old boy system.
Yeah.
And we
In
call
the
it
South.
FUBAR.
All right, Mr. Copeland.
If I'm saying something different, right? So when the police question me, they done question me every time they lock me up. I don't know how many times that was. I done told them whatever different story I could think of to try to finesse my way out of the situation. I don't recall what I done told him.
Okay. So you can say, I don't recall. That is how that works. I don't recall.
And he can say that to every single question?
I would hope that that is not the truth, because I think there are some things you do recall and some things you don't. But the things you don't recall, you don't recall. And then I will go through my process of what I do. You can talk to him about what impeachment is. That won't get you locked up. Impeachment will not get you locked up. You can talk to him about what impeachment is. If he says, I don't recall.
What will get me locked up?
What did I tell you?
I don't know.
What did I tell you on Friday? I plead the fifth. If the court instructs you.
So the only thing that gets me locked up is pleading the fifth.
Yes.
Now, hold on a second. I just want to point out what the DA is saying here essentially is if I impeach you because you're lying, so I can't do it. I'm not going to do anything to you, which is basically saying you're free to lie and I'm never going to come after you.
Yep.
That's what was bothering the defense attorneys so much, that he's basically free to tell whatever story he wants to tell, and who the hell knows what it's going to be. This is horrible. This is so horrible.
It's insane.
Ms. Hilton.
The court instructs you. The court instructs you. You need to answer the question. You say again, I plead the fifth. Again, that's what's going to get you locked up. But if you answer the question, that will not get you locked up.
Even if he lies, commits perjury, that's not going to get you locked up. Go on.
So if you don't want me in jail, why you just don't let me go after the trial over with?
You are in jail because you are not answering the questions.
Because you've been given immunity.
Because you have been given immunity. You are only in jail because you got up here.
Well, what about this? I answer the questions. You take away immunity. I answer the questions, and I plead the fifth.
No.
To questions that I feel incriminate me.
But then
I won't plead the fifth to things that don't incriminate me.
The state can still give you immunity. They can give immunity to whoever they want, okay? And they can make that choice. I don't even make that choice. So if they, like I said earlier, they want your testimony, they figure it's that the jury needs to hear what you have to say, good, bad, or indifferent. And what Miss Hilton is telling you is just tell the truth as you know it and let her worry about it. I mean, even though you may have said a different version of whatever, that's for impeachment. That's not going to get you in trouble. What will get you in trouble is you invoking your Fifth Amendment privilege because you've been given immunity. Or as Ms. Love said this morning, remember, Ms. Love said that if you overtly lie about something, like if I tell you a bold-faced whopper, then they can indict you for that particular charge. I mean, that particular false statement.
That's what they're going to do.
That is what I was saying. You will be right back here.
But if you say something that you know you did not do, like you admit to something you know you did not do, whether you...
Like murder don't have statute of limitations, right?
But if you didn't do it, I can't charge you with something you didn't do because I don't have any other evidence but you saying it.
But y'all don't
You can charge him with false statements and he will be back in jail. That is what I'm trying to say.
But if I know that you are lying about that, I do not intend to do that.
Oh my God.
If I know right now he's lying, I know he's lying. I'm not going to charge you because I don't know your reason for doing that. But I'm not going to charge you when I know you didn't do what you are trying to say you did now. And that can be a part of this. I know you didn't do it.
Unbelievable. How do you know? How do you know? Unbelievable. This is just sick. Wow. Everything the defense claimed they said, this is all bearing out right here.
Yep.
And didn't they say a couple page or so back that they would charge him for certain I don't know.
Yeah. Because it's the state. They basically can change
talking out of both sides of the mouth.
Yep.
But it's up to the judge to do that.
No, it's up to the state to bring charges.
I don't have anything to do with that.
He has nothing to do with bringing charges. That's up to the state of Georgia.
Can I talk to my family? And will I make my decision right after I hang up the phone?
He's saying he hasn't been able to speak to anybody.
His sister just called.
Y'all done me wrong. Y'all just hold me in jail. Don't let me get no PIN number, no nothing.
We have no knowledge. We did not know that you...
He hasn't been able to do anything, speak to anyone.
The jail system down, but y'all still putting people in.
That part I don't know. I know we have been in communication with your sister. Your sister actually tested Miss Langsicott to make sure you were okay. We told her we physically had laid eyes on you. I'll leave that up to the sheriffs. I don't know.
So what you think she's saying?
I can tell you right now.
I'm talking about that locking me back up.
We would have to bring charges. There would be no incentive.
Y'all will.
We've already had this discussion.
Look what you did to me. You waited until Friday and did this? I done told you every day before Friday I came that I was pleading the fifth.
No, you did not. As a matter of fact, our last...
Mr. Copeland, let's see if we can get beyond this, okay? Beyond what your concern is. You could have invoked the Fifth Amendment privilege. The state could have turned around and said, stop, had me go ahead and filed that motion and given you immunity. It was going to, they make that decision. They decided to make that decision on Friday. So even if you could have been more comfortable testifying or invoking your Fifth Amendment privilege, they could decide you as a witness, they want your testimony more than they do you invoking your Fifth Amendment privilege. So they give you immunity. They gave you immunity, so you've got to testify truthfully as to what your knowledge of the particular incident is. So they could have done that anyway. Even if they put you on the stand, they could have said, stop, and gone ahead and given you immunity. They could have done that.
So can I get it in some type of writing that if I was to testify, that if she feels as in I lied about anything, that they won't lock me back up?
Let me have that, Miss Bumpus. Okay. Mr. Copeland, on page 2 of the order pursuant to OCGA 24-5-507, however, no testimony given by Kenneth Copeland as required under this order, any information directly or indirectly derived from the testimony of Kenneth Copeland given by Kenneth Copeland as required under this order shall be used against said Kenneth Copeland in any proceeding or prosecution for a crime or offense concerning which he testifies under this order. Okay? So you testify about some aggravated assault or murder, they can't prosecute you on it because that's what it says in the order. Okay? The only thing that'll get you in trouble is the next little paragraph. Kenneth Copeland shall be subject to prosecution or penalty or forfeiture or for any perjury, false swearing, or contempt committed in testifying or failing to testify in accordance with this order. However, it is ordered that Kenneth Copeland shall not be required to produce evidence that can be used in any other court in this state, the United States, or any other state. So basically, if you commit perjury, false swearing, or contempt committed in testifying, that means you just invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege or failing to testify. You say, I'm not going to testify. All right. So the only two real things you can kind of get in trouble for are perjury and false swearing, as long as you tell the truth. Now, Miss Hilton and Miss Bumpus said earlier, you may have told or been asked about situations over and over again. They may have changed. What the state is asking you to do is tell the version that really is the truth. If they want to impeach you, they can do that. Or if the other side wants to impeach you, they can do that. You won't get in trouble for that.
You said I will?
You will not. You will not. Impeachment is not perjury or false swearing, okay?
But she said I can purge myself, though.
No. We're saying two different things. Sorry. Perjury is if you get on the stand and you say just a bold-faced lie, just something that is just wrong. Say you say, I did something, and all the other times you have said, I have not done it. And really, while it's perjury, it's really just an inconsistent statement. While if you get on the stand and say, I did X, but in 2015 you said I never did X, that is what I'm going to impeach. I'm going to impeach you on everything you said in 2015, meaning I'm going to say, okay, today you said you did X, but in 2015.
Joe?
Lieutenant Dean entered chambers. We have a security issue. We need to stop for a minute. Joe's...
Oh, shit.
Stream takeover?
Our fearless leader is gone.
He's not the leader. I say Shiloh's the leader.
Well, that's just mean. But as long as everybody gets their tracksuits on the way out, we should be good.
I definitely like the tracksuit thing. They are comfortable.
Yeah.
Did we decide on camo for the... Did we decide on camo for the tracksuits?
I'm kind of looking at the chat, see what the hell happened.
I can go for camo.
Well, Joe says, what has he got here? No, that's not.
I told y'all, the county is just sucking you into a black hole.
A black
And
hole?
you have to fight.
Sucking him into a black hole?
Yes.
Oh, my.
Y'all aren't southern enough.
I lived in Georgia for 9 years.
He's left us unattended. What do we do now?
Pass the Kool-Aid.
Animal sacrifice.
Which version do we toss in the volcano?
Squirrels. No squirrels.
Who's got the nachos?
Nachos.
Nachos.
Are
Poor
nachos-
Joe. He's like, oh no. I've left these 6 people in charge of my channel.
Oh, gosh.
What are all the things that get YouTube to demonetize a stream?
I think that's an easy list to think of.
Oh, yeah. Very easy.
What's
Looking
the,
sideways.
let me see. I'm curious what the subscriber count is. Let's see here.
Subscriber count or viewing count?
Subscriber. Let's see here.
99. I can't see exactly, just an estimate.
I can pull up a social blade.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Yeah, what's Social Blade got?
I don't think I've ever seen Joe have technical difficulties. Not like this.
Yeah, no.
My mom just texted me. She said, we're funny.
Awesome. Hi, Mom. Where's this?
Let's see.
Let's see. This counter shows a spinning wheel that is going to load. Oh, the anticipation is killing me.
He's got a total grade of a B-. My mom said he's at 99,000. And she says hello.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, Mom.
Oh, that can't be right. It says 99,000 exactly.
Yep.
What?
99,000.
Yeah.
It's like 150 higher than that a little while ago, right? Something like that.
Well, that might have. I'm going to go to a different counter.
Okay.
This counter says 99,083.
So close.
99,099. Boom. Up.
Come on, guys. If you're
99,066.
listening to this, hit that subscribe.
Yeah, live
You
counts
start
today.
saying
That
it,
like
people start unsubscribing
Subscribe, you damn dirty heathens.
just to be funny.
Well, that's like.
Praise the leader. Subscribe up.
I mean, I could text him.
Worcestershire says, guys, keep reading.
Well,
We can, if we can pull it. Oh,
Yeah, I don't think we can pull
Yeah.
it
We
up.
can pull it
fearless
up
genius leader
individually.
didn't send us links. Is it in?
I do have a
It's in
PDF
locals.
of it.
Can you
Yeah.
share it? Share it backstage.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, it is in locals too. I think I
Oh,
got
it
it
is?
from locals.
Yeah, it's in the thread about this. If everyone downloads it, we can keep going.
Let me message Joe.
Yep.
Hey, bud. We almost miss you.
We're close to being done. It's 56 pages.
Trust us.
We won't give medical advice. We
won't
promise.
prosecute if you just come back and tell the truth.
Even if it's different.
He'll get a giggle out of that. All right, locals. Has got it. Oh, where the hell's locals? Hello, locals. Okay, opening the app. Glanville transcripts.
We're on page 46.
Wait, how do you get to the thread of this?
I'm about to put it in the private chat. Put a link
Okay.
to it in the
Okay.
private chat.
Oh gosh,
Thank
this
you.
is not the
Sure.
right way to read this.
What do you mean?
Oh, what I'm looking at is something with. Oh God, I think I clicked the wrong thing. So yeah, maybe I could use.
I think
the
it's in the private chat now, I think.
All right, let me. Where the hell's that?
What page are we on?
46. Line
Okay.
16.
We're at Lieutenant Dean.
Yeah.
Guys,
Can we change it to Lieutenant Dan?
That's my problem.
What's up?
There we go. I went full screen and hid myself away from the private chat.
Cool.
The Dropbox link, is that what it is?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does everybody have it?
I'm still pulling mine up now.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
I'm sorry, guys.
scrolling. 46.
Oh man, I read Lieutenant Dan.
That's what I
That's
thought.
what I said. Just change it to Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be
Inner
surprised.
chambers.
They told me I wouldn't be prosecuted,
That's
but they was lying to me, didn't they?
Here's unbelievable.
Oh, is he back?
Is he back?
Ah,
There he is.
There he is.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
You're just about to give legal and medical advice. Good thing
How
you
was
got
your
here.
restart?
We've been selling
Yeah.
tracksuits like crazy.
I don't know what the heck is. I don't know what the heck happened. I can't. Like my hard drive is not connecting. I'm on my tablet right now. Yeah, I just pop back in here, and yeah. I don't know what to do with this because I can't. I don't have actually two monitors. I'll try to restart my computer, but I have
we
no
have
idea.
it. It's in the private chat if you want to pull it up. The PDF.
I think
Yeah,
we've all
We're
Yeah,
all
we all
looking
have
at
it.
it.
think we've all pulled the text up and we're
Yeah.
ready to roll.
Can you share it again in the private chat?
Yeah, it's already in there.
Well, he.
Somewhere.
Share it again because I don't see any of the private chat that was here before I popped in here.
There you go.
So let me see how I do this. If I press on this, now one of you is going to have to share it. That's the only way to do it. Because I only have one screen I'm working with here. So that's not going to work. Yeah, that's not going to work for me.
You said it was page 46. You
Yeah.
mean the printed page 46 or
Yes.
the PDF page 46?
Yeah, what
Turn
you
the
know what?
page.
Yeah, can one of you share a screen?
Let me try. Yeah, I think I got it.
Here we are.
Yeah, I think I shared. So is that going up? I don't know.
You have to hit. There's a share button in the bottom there.
Oh, present.
Yeah, present.
Yeah, let me try that again. Share screen. Share.
Well, there it is. I see it.
Okay, you got it? Okay.
Awesome. All right. Where are we at here?
Now that
Line
I got it in a
16.
different window, I'm just going to look at it there because I have old man
Best
eyes.
show ever.
All right, we're still on page. Where the hell are we? 46.
Correct.
46, line
Lieutenant
16.
Diane.
Line 16.
Lieutenant Dean.
Lieutenant Dean enters chambers.
Dun dun dun.
Did you decide who Lieutenant Dean is?
Lieutenant Dean.
I think Joe
We
said he
have a
was going to read
security
them.
issue. We need to stop for a minute. If we stop for a second, please.
Judge Glanville and Lieutenant Dean exited chambers at 10:45 a.m. Judge Glanville returned to the chambers at 10:47.
I don't know what was told to you on Friday. I have no reason to want you in prison. You have spent enough time in prison for YSL, period. So why would I want that for you? That doesn't make no sense. I said it to you before, and I will say it to you again in front of all these people. It makes no sense.
You just said I'm going to have to stay in jail until the last.
If you don't testify, get this part through your head. If you don't testify, that is the only thing that is holding you. That is literally the only thing holding you right now is the fact that you keep saying, I'm not going to testify. Well, you haven't said it today. I'm not going to testify. I plead the fifth. If you get up there and I want you to tell the truth, like I said before. If you don't recall certain things, you can say you don't recall. That's fine. I want you to tell the truth. I don't expect you to remember every single detail from 2015. I just don't. No one here does. But what I do expect for you to do is answer questions so we can get through this. So you can go home, be with your baby for her birthday, see these dogs deliver their babies, go talk to your nephews, and do all these other things.
How you know about my dogs?
Because you told me.
Okay.
What's wrong?
I'm stressing at another level, like.
I mean, I'm saying.
I'm weak. Man, I'm not playing. I'm dead serious, man. Like.
This is what our position is. We do not want him in custody. We want him to tell the truth. We want him to testify. That's what will get him out of jail. And you have to make...
If he decides in 2 weeks he wants to testify, then what?
If he wants to stay in jail for 2 weeks, then that's... I don't know why you would want to stay in jail for 2 weeks. I have no idea.
He just feels like he's under a lot of pressure right this second.
Even at the jail, they're just... You can't give me house arrest?
No. You can go home by taking the stand and testifying. That's what you...
And come back tomorrow.
There's no... We keep saying yet, but there is no crime. We keep on saying yet. I don't know who is telling you about a crime. There is no crime. You have done nothing wrong except for not...
So why am I in jail then?
Because you weren't testifying.
But that ain't nothing wrong. It's not a crime.
It's not a crime, but you're in civil contempt.
2 things. Because you invoked your privilege after you've been given immunity. That is why you're in custody. Because you get out by testifying. So you testify, you get out. That's why I was going to bring to you why I brought you here earlier today, to just inquire about that. You can remain on hold. You can remain and hold your position of invoking the fifth or not testifying, but you go back to prison. You go back to jail because that's...
You can't sentence me.
There's no sentence.
There is no sentence. The contempt is compliance. They want your testimony. That is all they want, whatever that may be.
I don't know what it is, Yana.
So listen, you are in jail for failing to testify.
Failing to testify.
Not for nothing else. There's no crime. You ain't done nothing. I don't know if people are telling you that we're going to charge you with nothing. We're not charging you. The state charges you. There is nothing we're charging you with. You are only in custody because you have decided not to testify. That is it. Once you decide to testify...
Remember that word you were talking about? Purge?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You can purge right now. Purge. Get yourself out of jail just by testifying.
I can purge and get out of jail?
Yes, just by testifying.
Not perjury.
Purge meaning you can get out of jail. You can get out of jail, out of custody by testifying.
And what about the other one, the other word? Perjury?
That's different.
That's different.
That's a different word, okay?
That can get me back in jail?
Yes.
Perjury is...
It's not... What you are saying is not perjury. What you are saying is what we call a prior inconsistent statement. Your example that you gave me, what if I said I did something and I know you didn't do it and you said before you didn't do it? That's not perjury. That's a prior inconsistent statement.
You've got to make a decision. So if he starts testifying today, he's going to go home today.
He should, as long as he remains. But if you get up there and be like, if you get to testifying and then we get into it and you start saying, I plead the fifth, we're going to be back here again.
But if he says he don't recall to everything, he'll be okay.
I'm not advising on that, but so long as he answers the question, that's fine. So long as he...
I did these crimes. I'm telling you that.
Oh, okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but...
I think... Are you saying you want to get up there on the stand and say something? Did we find out if he could talk to his family? No?
I mean, if it's okay, we got the sister's number.
As my attorney, you gotta.
Let me, if y'all want to talk, let me go somewhere where I can't hear you. The judge is over there, so just speak low so he doesn't hear you.
Hold on. Judge Glanville handed a document to attorney Caleb Bumpus and exited the chambers. With Assistant District Attorney Simone Hilton, Investigator Long, Investigator Hamilton, and court reporter Christina Weaver from 10:53 to 11:28 a.m. Okay, all right. Mr. Copeland, have you had the opportunity to talk with Miss Bumpus, your lawyer, and Miss Hilton, the state counsel? Have you got any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Is it your desire to give testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, then. Do you all have some clothes for him?
I don't know. Let me take a look. What size are you?
Can't hear you.
What size are you?
Lil. We had a large jacket for him on Friday. Large.
You had a jacket for him?
Yes.
Oh, but he can't wear a large.
What is your waist size? 34?
32.
Chest? What are you? 34, 36 chest?
Probably 36.
Not in my chest. What you mean?
Size.
What size are you? Small or medium?
Small or medium.
They're going to try to get you some clothes so you don't have to testify wearing that jail uniform. Okay?
Y'all don't want to show the people how y'all did me?
Look,
If we can't find clothes, then you may have to wait till tomorrow.
I prefer to go in like this.
I understand what your preference is.
Nah, don't hide it.
Can you make him put on clothes?
No,
I want to go in there like this.
fine with me.
All right. Okay.
You ain't gonna try and lock me back up for this.
So long as you testify, we will get an order to get you released.
Today.
Whose copy is this?
You've got to make sure you come back now. I want to be real clear.
When have I ever ran?
You have not. That's the only thing. You have not.
Whose copy is this?
That was ours. Do you want a copy? You can take it. You can take it, though.
Okay.
Do you still have yours, or you threw it away?
I'm going to give him both of these things so he can have some information.
Okay.
Are we off the record now?
Are we done?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, we're good. See everybody downstairs in about 10 minutes.
What an ultimate clusterfuck this whole meeting was. Not as much as a clusterfuck as my internet. I have no idea what the hell happened with my internet. I can't even begin to imagine. I don't
I
even
do
get it.
declare.
I do declare. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm seeing something about it's not recognizing my Ethernet. I'm like, I don't know what the hell that means. My
Do you
Ethernet
plug
IP.
into your internet access, Joe? Do you plug in
Yeah.
or do you use Wi-Fi?
You have to plug in if you're going to be streaming.
Okay, then you might have become unplugged, or maybe your cord went bad.
There's nobody here. It's like I'm sitting here, nothing was happening differently, and all of a sudden, everything just crashed on me. I didn't touch nothing. I didn't kick nothing. Nothing.
Joe, you
It's
didn't do
not
nothing?
fault. He gets
What?
to blame for everything, so just blame it on him.
Look,
blob
Joe,
is
if we
finally
give your
coming for you,
computer
Joe.
immunity, if we just give your computer immunity, we can get your computer to tell us what's wrong.
You
I
gotta
don't know. I don't trust it.
you
I
can
don't
purge
trust
this,
the guy.
Joe. You can purge this.
It was purge me.
Purge your hard drive.
Lie, I guess.
Did they ever say how the defense found out about this meeting?
I think that Bumpus told Melnick and Melnick told the defense.
That's probably
It
how this whole
kind
thing
of
happened.
sounded to me like maybe he got CC'd on an email that may have come from the prosecution. Like back in the beginning when she was talking about emails being sent back and forth.
I would guess it was probably Melnick because in the
He's
initial
not
exchange with-
favorable with the DA's office, and she's standing in for him, so she would have had to update him on how things went. So
and
gave
it
him a
seemed like-
rundown.
And it seemed like the judge really wanted to get Steele to say it was Melnick in the initial, back and forth.
And he kept saying her. He knew it was her. So,
This is not. Who the hell else is it going to be? Come on.
Right.
well, I mean, the investigators, but I highly doubt it.
So there's
Yeah.
been what, 3 lawyers who have gone and been held in contempt for this, or have several people have gone to jail over this case, haven't they?
Yes.
Hasn't somebody died over this already?
That was part of the defense or
Hey,
like attorneys for them.
I think one of the defense attorneys got caught passing drugs to one of the defendants. I don't know if he knew it was drugs, but he got caught doing that.
Was that not a bailiff?
It might have been. I heard it was a defense attorney, but it could have been a bailiff. I know there's been a lot of issues with jury selection, that even some potential jurists have gone to jail.
That's right. Like, again, a contempt, I think, right?
And the judge has made jurists and defense attorneys write essays and he made one defense attorney buy lunch for everybody as a punishment. So
All right, let me grab some of these super chats here because people were having fun when I was having as soon as I have issues, that's just the most hilarious thing in the world to a chat. That's just the most hilarious freaking thing in the world to Tommy. Thank you so very much for chipping in for my internet. I appreciate that. Judge giving legal advice on the bench, giving immunity is an order. They give immunity at the cost of the fifth. How is this constitutional? Because you're not self-incriminating. That's essentially it. So if you're not self-incriminating, that's the logic. Assuming you're actually not self-incriminating. I mean, I think they do have to cover to ensure that you're not getting faced with federal charges. But Felix says, why is the judge presiding over this evidence mining through this court gift order? When does the judge become the case officer in charge of evidence in the case he's adjudicating? I don't know. I have no answers for you. Why would I know that? What do I look like?
There's a lot of stuff that's happened with this case. Holy cow.
Oh, my God. This is like you can spend a career going through this case. It's unbelievable.
Know that an investigator for the prosecution was accused of sexually harassing a witness?
There was?
Really?
Yeah.
It's been a lot.
Yeah, it says on April 8th, jurors were shown harassing text messages an investigator allegedly sent to a witness who was later jailed. The witness, identified as A. Bennett, first took the stand last month telling jurors she had allegedly been sexually harassed by investigator Rashid Hamilton.
Oh, I do remember seeing those.
Yeah.
I'm still getting the same stupid error. I reset everything.
Have you reset your router or modem?
It says your DNS server might be unavailable. This doesn't make
the FBI.
So do you have no reason? Your Wi-Fi on the computer is turned off, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can set your DNS on your computer and you can set it on your router.
Okay.
Did you ever set it on purpose before?
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm sorry.
I can't even get my picture centered in this thing. Look at me, I'm off center. It's like, did you set your out? Please. Come on. All right. I'm unsubscribed now. That's beautiful. Welcome back. Your mic is not good, Joe. Thank you.
Yeah, you're on your phone, aren't you?
J.K. Rowling cut my internet.
She's coming for you.
So many gamer words spoken. I don't know what gamer words are.
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
All right. Got to give them co-host Joe. I don't have to give anybody nothing. I was whooping their asses to find transcript and kept them keep reading. They did great. You guys, by the way, thank you each and every one of you were phenomenal. Really. I'm your only friend so long as you talk. You have no fifth boy. Yeah, that's true. Remember that it was over 1+ weeks of testimony for the transcripts given to all parties. Okay, and
that one amazes me.
You're in jail because I don't think this case. By the way, I think this trial. When you said this, you say it amazes you. I don't think this trial is going anywhere. I think this case is over.
It should have stopped after Steele brought this to the judge's attention. It never should have proceeded.
Yeah, I wanted to share with you all a 1-minute clip where the judge said today that he's going to give this case over to another judge to see if he needs to recuse himself, that he conceded that another judge has to look at this. And so 1 minute clip
2 weeks later.
I think he's probably gotten so much pressure from appellate division judges who are telling him he's up the creek. Yeah. So
Fulton County is just a dumpster fire.
I wonder if that other lady judge being removed by the Supreme Court of Georgia kind of scared him a bit.
Oh yeah, that was Fulton County too, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
This county decided the president, people.
Fire.
Ridiculous.
Oh, whoa.
All I know is the recount was perfectly legit.
Yeah, you trust him, right?
Safest and most secure election ever.
I mean, this whole case has just been. I can't even believe. I mean, they had at the very beginning one of the female attorneys was arrested. For I just lost my place. She was arrested on gang-related charges tied to a different case.
Oh God.
Yeah, and then another public defender asked to be removed because the trial owed her low pay. She was set to receive $15,000 and then adjusted to $55,000, and it still wasn't enough. So that was a hiccup there. I mean, there has been something in this case at every single turn.
Probably means they shouldn't have brought it like this.
It's been kind of a crazy case. So now the prosecutor, witness, and his counsel all speaking off record after witnesses on the stand. Who the hell knows? I have no idea. Felix saying, talking whatever you want. If you don't talk, boy, or locked up. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Boy, you're like, well, it's not like, at least the judge is black, so it has less racial overtone to it. Good logic. Reset your internet, but turn the router off and turn it back on after 30 seconds. Then when it's back up, restart your computer. All right. You know what? I thought I tried this. I hit the reset button. I'm going to try this. You guys talk amongst yourselves. But I will say this. I sort of feel like, thank you, Tank Rat, for hitting that up. I can't even hit, like, I'm not even on the regular internet. I can't even say who he gifted. I can't see nothing right now. I feel as if, first and foremost, thank you, Tank Rat. But I almost feel as if you're taunting me. I feel like you're taunting me. Because it's like, oh, yeah, Joe's like on his, like, basically, he's on, like, his mobile phone here. And he's like, you know, it's like aimed up at his nose. I'm going to sit here having him try to go through, like, the whole good logic thing and the following thing here. When he has no idea who the hell is gifted. He's basically completely out of sorts. My audio probably sounds like Kermit the Frog or Ray Romano or something like that. And, yeah, thank you so much, Tank Rat. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. I really appreciate you trolling me like that. That's really awesome. I just woke up to see this change title. Holy cow, this is better than coffee. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I do not recall all day. Enjoy immunity. Yeah, that's what they should be. That's what he should have said. He should have just said, I don't recall.
This blows me away. He asserts his Fifth Amendment privilege. They put him in jail, and then they decide, okay, you've got immunity.
Well, it seemed like the judge said something. They were almost preempting this, or it's like, oh no, we gave you this before you invoked it, so now you can't. I mean, I might be reading it weird. That's how he said it.
Like Love was saying, oh yeah, we gave it to him. It was like after the fact.
Well, I think what they were saying is that Melkin sent an email to the DA's office saying he was going to invoke his fifth. So the immunity came afterwards. But that right there shows that they knew he was going to invoke his fifth. So why did the judge yell at the defense attorney, which he's prone to do? I've never seen him yell at the DA's office. I have seen him yell at nearly every defense attorney for things that aren't even their fault.
I noticed he didn't put the other defense attorney in jail for having the exact same information.
It was getting crowded.
He didn't want to call their bluff on that one.
Well, and I think his reasoning was he didn't technically ask him to reveal the information, just Steele.
And why didn't he ask him? Did he think that he would do the same thing as Steele, do you think?
Yeah, and I think he figured that it would make a bigger spectacle of it. Even though, you know, when 60 plus lawyers show up to defend a defense attorney, you might want to rethink your position.
And that was simply amazing.
Yeah.
Ashley is she is amazing. What an amazing lawyer she is.
She's a rock star.
Girl power.
It kind of shows you the mentality of Fannie Willis that, you know, she's going up against Ashley Merchant and just felt totally comfortable behaving that way. It shows you the entitlement and kind of the narcissistic way she views things about her power in the Madam District Attorney.
Yeah.
They all feel like they're above the law.
Yes.
Evil bullshit.
Every one of them.
I watch a lot of arraignments that happen and, you know, all over the country, and Fulton County, even the judges that just, you know, they'll go through like 20 people in about 10 minutes trying to figure out bail and stuff like that. And even they are getting frustrated in Fulton County with how long they are keeping these people behind in jail without charging them, without indicting them. There are people that have been in there close to like 5 years sometimes without being charged. I thought that was unconstitutional.
It should be.
No bail, nothing. They can't get out.
Wasn't there that one guy who he died because they essentially like neglected him to death?
That he was eaten alive by bed bugs.
Oh God.
And that's
Yeah.
Seeing those pictures was awful.
What? What are
Is
you
there
talking
no
about?
legal mechanism for relief?
Well, like I said, the attorney I was talking about, from Atlanta, the defense attorney who despises Adrian Love, she's, I think, the one who is trying to sue about his death in particular. There are others. That's just like the most notable because of how ridiculous it was. But there are, she has I guess he was autistic, and he was, I think, 16 or 17. He was a minor, but they charged him as an adult.
Oh.
And they stuck him in that jail, and he died from it, and she's trying to go after them for it, but it's so hard to get any information out of them.
But he was placed with adults, even that, like,
Violent adults.
Like, I understand he was charged as an adult.
I don't think he was charged. He was just determined to be an adult.
Like, they still, I mean, it varies by state, but they shouldn't put a 16 or 17-year-old with someone. They should keep them until they turn 18 with the juveniles, and then once they turn 18, then they should move them.
And especially with medical needs, like he had to be on some pretty hefty medications, and apparently that's what led to his unaliving. Was they messed up his meds big time.
Oh yeah, they do that a lot.
Yeah, that varies per state and county, and like some places don't even want to give inmates Tylenol.
Yeah.
They make them buy it off commissary.
And then other parts of the government will force people on things that,
Yes.
you know, make. I mean, I can't get too much into it, but I have to. I'm being deposed this month, on a case of something like that, of an unaliving, related to government. That again, I can't say too much because it's still ongoing. But yeah, I mean, it's. I'm up in New York. That's where this is happening. It's so It's way too common for people to be okay with this.
Between January of 22 to July of 23, 24 people died in Fulton County Jail. And just this year alone, they've already had 3 deaths.
Yes.
I'd like to think there was, a mechanism like lawsuits available to those people.
They do. There are.
But it's such an uphill battle.
It is, and you got to think the judges they're seeing. Also getting the information, like, wasn't it Nathan Wade was put in charge of, was it the Cobb County Jail? And he was the one who was supposed to be doing the investigation of wrongdoing, didn't take any notes, said it was all in his head, that it was his mind map.
Right.
And so what information are they supposed to get when nobody takes notes? And look at Ashley Merchant, who's literally having to sue the Fulton DA's office over sunshine laws because they are not releasing the information that by law they should have released in 3 days. And it's been 6 months later.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what kind
that
of
whole system there needs a giant purging because it's just a mess.
Yes.
Well, and sort of to that point, I'm curious what kind of relationship there is between those who are creating the acute conditions, like of where people are being held, and those, let's say, in the court system who are dragging their feet and getting them charged and their cases brought before a judge. And what kind of relationship is there there?
Bad incentives at work, at best, corruption at worst.
Sure.
Some version in between. I mean, we've seen cases where, I mean, I would imagine not super common, but you've seen some of these cases of judges taking money for ruling one way or another, affecting people that shouldn't.
Well, and it doesn't even have to be money. It can be like, handshake things that, you can't even bring to light.
Right. And I'm sure that's not the majority of it, but the fact that that's even happening.
It's the exception, not the rule, but
yeah.
it's still.
But what's happening along the curve of that, I'm sure is pretty shocking.
Well, it's enough of it that there have been 24 deaths in Fulton County jails.
And they still haven't done anything.
Right. To address somebody on Rumble, Duck, we already finished the transcript. That's why we're improv right now.
Yeah, there's improv while Joe's trying to figure out why his friggin' internet isn't working. Yeah. I'm salty. Okay? I'm salty. I was having such a great day. We're having a really great day. Everything was like from the immunity decision to Glanville caving. This was a good day.
It was a new day.
It was a very good day.
Well, July 1st was great. July 2nd sucks. Okay.
Broke it.
We're not that far into it. It can turn around. It'll turn around, Joe.
It's still July 1st. So
think of it this way.
They also held little Woody like all weekend without giving him a PIN number so that he could contact anyone whatsoever. So he could have had money on his books, but then he couldn't call anyone.
It's how they charge your manager minutes.
He's got the right to a phone call, doesn't he?
Yeah, if one of the COs would have brought him up front to booking, he could have made a phone call. But most of the time, they're not going to do that. Especially that jail looks huge. I'm not sure how many inmates they have there.
Oh, tons.
But I've never worked in a facility that had more than 350. So
the chat is feeling neglected.
Yeah, I'm sure they're feeling neglected. Let me go take care of them. Yeah, the judge needs right next about his birthday. That's pretty funny. Couldn't delay for counsel, but would foreclose apparently. I think Joe has me. I don't have you blocked on X.
That was so funny. Small or medium?
I think that is amazing. He wanted to go in there in his jail clothes. And they let him.
Look how you've done me.
Considering who he's testifying against, I mean, he can't be seen as a snitch.
Yeah.
Right. That's worse than anything else.
And then when it came up, there's just like, yeah, that could happen. Let's kind of hope it doesn't. Anyway, we're gonna keep.
By the way, Kevin, I mean, you did phenomenal imitation of Lil Woody.
Yes.
Really excellent.
Yes,
That was
fabulous job.
I lived in Baltimore for 7 years, so got a lot of experience.
You even said axe. I love that.
You were the VIP tonight.
You do have Ray Romano tones in your timbre, Mr. Lawgic. Yeah.
Only when you're whining.
I've heard. I didn't come up with Ray Romano just out of the blue. I've heard Ray Romano a bunch of times. Someone else told me I sound like Al Michaels. I got that also. So I don't know. Somewhere Al Michaels to me sounds nothing like Ray Romano, but
well,
I think it's
much deeper.
Yeah.
Ray Romano's pretty high pitched.
No, I thought Ray Romano is much deeper than Al Michaels.
I don't know who Al Michaels is.
Yeah, because you're an XX chromosome. That's why. XY chromosomes know who Al Michaels is. He's been the host of Monday Night Football for the last 30 years. So, witness said he told DA and investigators to take the fifth. You cannot put witness on the stand. They said they're going to take the fifth or they're going to lie. Yeah. If you ask me my take as far as what happened, I think it's very possible that they knew he was going to plead the fifth. I don't trust that DA at all. He said he was going to plead the fifth over and over again. And they certainly didn't walk him through the fact that he can no longer plead the fifth. I think they did a crap job. Let's assume that they gave him the immunity before he got on the stand. They certainly didn't walk him through the ramifications of that immunity in sufficient detail that he understood it. I don't think he's a stupid man. I don't think he's stupid at all.
No.
I think he understands the system, and he knows exactly what the hell he's doing. But I don't think he comprehended that once they granted him the immunity that they can no longer plead the fifth. And the next thing you know, he spent a weekend in jail because they did a crap job on it, and they should have predicted that he wouldn't have understood it. Why are you walking through it now on Monday? Why are you first walking through all this stuff on Monday when he should have heard all this before he took the stand on Friday? So I think Allegan might be correct in his assessment that they knew that they were basically putting him up there and he's going to plead the fifth, and they're looking for the guilt by association, which is completely slimy.
Well, not only that, the defense attorney who informed the judge said he heard it out in the hallway before he got on the stand that he was going to plead the fifth. So he was even saying that in the courthouse.
Yeah. On Friday or on Monday?
Initially, Friday.
Wow.
What about the federal immunity? Because this is something, because this is a state prosecutor, a county. Right,
that kind of blew me away. You could admit to a murder and they can't prosecute you. Like what?
Because he doesn't have the authority to speak for the feds unless he pulls out a magic piece of paper that says, I spoke to the feds, whatever district court judge or district attorney, I guess.
When he's explaining it somewhere in like the early middle of the transcript, he does this slimy sleight of hand thing to make it seem like he has the authority. He's referencing one specific crime, we don't know what it is, but he's talking about one crime that clearly they know about. And he's talking about statutes of limitation, federal versus state.
Yeah, a 5-year thing.
So he's saying you can't be charged federally for this because of 5-year, can't be charged state because of this. And then in the next sentence equates it to every other possible charge.
Yeah.
So he's being a real dick there.
Yep.
But just to be plain about it, he has no authority to offer federal immunity.
Oh no.
Yeah, so he's just being.
No, I
he's
remember
saying it without saying
Copeland
it.
asked for it in writing, and that's when the judge had Bumpus hand the order over, and he read it to Copeland, but it doesn't say anything about federal.
But yeah, I think Kevin was being very astute in picking up something that I'm not sure Caleb Bumpus picked up on, which is they were trying to make Copeland feel like he had complete immunity, and that's why they can force him to testify. If she was perhaps a more skilled attorney, she would have said, okay, you're sitting here, statute of limitations. That's not immunity, first and foremost, because then he has to plead it and he has to prove it. And if they charge him on a federal basis.
Yeah, he doesn't need immunity if the statute of limitations applies.
No,
but he's trying to equate it. Sorry.
They're trying to equate it, and statute of limitations is not as secure as in theory, because now you can face the charge and then you have to defend with statute of limitations. It's more of a hassle than if you can just waive the immunity. That's what I certainly believe.
Well,
so that being the case, my point is this: that being the case, they're trying to do this sleight of hand where they're like, you have complete protection, and that's why you have to testify. Because you have this blanket protection of immunity. And here's how you have the immunity. Well, we're giving you the immunity, and the statute of limitations is 5 years in federal and 4 years in state. And Kevin is correct. Okay, that's on whatever charge you're talking about. What if there's some interstate murder that he's involved in, or some charges, that for based on federal RICO or something else, which might be longer. Who the hell knows? So, and maybe the RICO is the 5 and 4 years. I don't know. But that the fact that they're trying to pretend that they're giving him immunity when in fact they're not, and that would be a basis for him to say I'm not testifying, because I could have that exposure. I don't know what you're going to ask me, so I could have that exposure, and accordingly, I have the right to plead the fifth, and he certainly is not going to know that. But you would hope that his defense counsel would have known that, but she seemed to feel as if he was properly protected. And that's a little disconcerting. That's just a thought that I had when I was listening to this whole thing going on.
Well, I think
But let me-
Phil Holloway said that the Bumpus did not want to be there, period. That she was thrust into this situation,
Right.
and it seemed like, and also she was getting it from both ends. She was getting it from Melkin and her being his replacement, and then Copeland wanting to fire her. I think it was
But she was
either
supposed to just be a sub, right?
yeah, and
She
he
wasn't-
wanted to fire her.
He was there to just make. She was just there just to make sure nothing stupid happened.
For one day.
And it turned into, well, ineffective counsel
A
because
show of cause or whatever.
because that's not what she was there for. Of course, she's unprepared because they
And
sent
they,
her.
yeah, and they
set
didn't
her
seem
up.
to. It's like, oh, you got to be with him while he's testifying. It's like, well, I don't know anything about this. How can I be
How
his
can I be
attorney
effective?
if I don't know anything about his case or his charges or whatever?
Felix is Fanny as a Jezebel spirit spot on to the story. Relief for no charges is a writ of mandamus. I'm not sure what he means in that context. And Felix says, Democrat power corrupts absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's true.
Democrat.
Democrat, yeah. And finally, if New York DA can force federal election law and Georgia DA can prosecute federal election law and presidential actions, and these dip craps can't speak for the feds, it's true. It's true. They certainly cannot speak for them. All right, I'm very frustrated, and I can't really, I can't cuss effectively on the air, so I need to start landing my plane over here. Any of you guys want to share anything you got? First, I want to thank each and every one of you, Kevin, Shiloh, Magoose, Vince, Kool-Aid Kid, and Starlight. Thank you each for coming in here and just and doing your thing as well as you did. I thought it was a really great read, and I certainly held down the fort when my internet here went nuts on me. So, any of you want to pump anything before I sign off over here? All right.
Follow me on X. I'm almost about to break 4K.
Nice. Go get Shy_Ferg. So there you go. All right.
Thank you for hosting us, Joe. It was great. This was so much fun.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
I
very much,
apologize.
Joe.
I apologize that I can't check Rumble rants or if there were any or locals because of my tech issues here. So those of you who I miss, I'm really sorry, but obviously I'm a little handicapped today. So thank you all for joining me. I should be on tomorrow. I've got to find some time that I'm going to start covering the Epstein stuff. Next week, I am going to be covering the Baldwin trial. I'm actually torn about which way I'm going to cover it, whether I'm going to be solo or working with a bunch of other folks. I actually have two options to sort of figure that out. I'd like to, if you want to weigh in on locals, goodlogic.locals.com, and let me know whether you prefer me flying solo or me as part of a team. I'd appreciate your feedback on that because I'm very torn on this issue. So that's the story. I thank you all for joining me. Don't eat the bugs. Good night, you all. And as always, Walt Speed.